have you there. 33.
33. Can you let a supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached?
1830.
Is that possible, Sheridan and Wilson?
First standby.
10-4.
Peekaboo, I see you. What's up, everybody? Peekaboo, I see you. Definitely go sub to the special guest, Silky Southern Tea, this evening. Thank you all for joining. Some new documents dropped. Can't wait for that. Some new documents dropped. We'll be going through those. We'll be going through, I don't know. I have a whole list. I have a whole list of stuff. This is just for tonight. And whatever else you want to get into, we're going to be getting back to the Enon shows here coming up soon. We're just doing some catch up, not only catch up on all the stuff you guys are sending me. Thank you so much to the community for everything that you do send. By the way, if you do have anything you do want to send, you can send it to any of these destinations right here. So we'll go ahead and get through the hellos, introduce the guests for this evening. We'll be having the CJ's Cliff Note show tomorrow with the final chapter of the book. Shout out Aaliyah. And thank you for getting ticket number 1, Aaliyah. I appreciate that. And thank you for the book. We will be doing CJ's Cliff Notes, where we read the last chapter and you get my Cliff Notes version. What's up, Yoli number 2? Mary ticket, golden ticket. Oh, 2 number 1s and a 2. And a number 2. What's up, YouTube? Nina ticket number 4. What's up, Kib Kitty? Ticket number 5. Nina ticket number 6. Diana ticket number 7. 49er girl ticket number 8. YouTube is crazy. What's up, Ann? Ticket number 9. I made it back from Liverpool. Whoa. Way over there. What's up, K Miller? Golden ticket number 10. And with coffee, I always need a reminder. Good evening, Dre. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate that. Thank you, Aaliyah, again. Bianca, ticket number 16. Danny, number 17. Did I get my email? I've been trying to catch up on all my emails. Was it one that was sent at 5:59? Let me know, because I've been all day today. Because when I woke up, it was the loudest it's been next door, so I knew I wasn't going to be able to do a show. So I got some extra rest, and then I just hit up all my emails all day, getting back to people. We'll be having a couple other guests coming up here soon. We'll be having James Leinert, the gentleman with that Moscow video that we showed the other night. Thank you. That's going to be, we're going to learn more about his story. It's going to be a Conversations with CJ episode. I'm going to be collaborating with Murder Metal Mayhem. We're going to be checking out some of those videos tonight because he's got some videos about the private driver too. And that's one of the topics we're going to be getting into tonight. Ticket number 19, thank you, Dre. Lynn, ticket number 18, thank you so much. Appreciate you. What's up, Bianca? Definitely subscribe to Silky Southern Tea. Great content. Was doing Delphi stuff today too. Shout out Silky. Nina Kelly, what's up? How are you? What's up, Caddy? Ticket number 20. Detective Golden, Christina, ticket 22. Thank you very much. DS, ticket number 24. Oh, look at that. And then there's a cat in the box too. That's funny. I've never seen that one. What's up, Smiley? Thank you for hopping in. There's Silky. We'll be bringing her up here in a second. Cheryl. Yes. Yes. We'll touch on a couple breaking news things here real quick before we get going into this evening. What's up, Brandywine? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we'll be getting into that stuff. Cliff Notes by CJ, yes. CJ's Cliff Notes. Lisa Wilson. Yeah, so I'm going to read the last chapter, and each page I'm going to give you my Cliff Notes. So nobody has to buy the damn book. And I'm gonna try and do it with Andrew Myers, a collab, and so everybody can have like 2 points of view with the Cliff Notes, but it'll be my Cliff Notes with special guests. Swampside Chick, ticket number 30. And if Silky's not busy, if she'd like to, she'd be happy to join as well. Ticket 21. I think it's going to be interesting. Just the last chapter. Just the last chapter. The chapter about BK. Page by page. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Then you don't even have to buy the book. Space Junkie 69. I love a good collab. Me too. I'm always about doing it with community. Katrina Miller, ticket number 32. Thank you for hopping in, D. Marie. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm going to do the switcheroo, and then I'm going to bring up my special guest here for this evening, Silky here. But yeah, if you do have anything for the show, right there. Discord, Twitter, Instagram, Gmail, Evil CJ, all one word. I'll be right back. Oh, I wish I could just hit buttons. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Silky? I wish I could just go boom, boom, boom instead of this, a fluid show. Is that too much to ask?
I don't know. I use StreamYard too. I can't remember now. I've been using EVMux, but I kind of do just hit a button. I have it all preset.
Oh, for real? Yeah. The switching and all that good stuff. I'd love to just go boom, bam, boom. Hello.
That is exactly what I do.
Really? I'm gonna have to check that out. Let me recheck it out again. I thought wasn't there a bunch of problems with it, or did they fix their stuff?
Well, I think my internet service provider said they did some stuff and they updated some stuff because I was complaining to them. I'm not sure if it's EVMux. I actually had worse problems with StreamYard, and I didn't want to change because you know how it is. I'm not 20 anymore. So when you're learning it, you want to stay with that program, and so I didn't want to leave StreamYard, but it just bugged too much. And EVMux isn't perfect, but that could be because I'm very rural, as y'all know, as you can tell by my accent. If you don't know me, I'm rural, and I used to have a goat farm right across the street from me. It's not there anymore, but yeah.
I thought you had one. I was like, whoa.
No
goat farm.
I have 4 acres. I really need those goats to come over, and that used to be there, to come over and eat down the brush.
Yeah, no more mowing, right?
Yeah,
have some free grass. So what's this? Give us I know you were covering the Delphi stuff over on your show. Give us a quick rundown of what happened today. What's the breaking news? Instead of us watching a bunch of videos and news people talking, give it to us.
Okay.
What's up?
The main problem that we were having in this case is that the Judge Gull, basically not the defense team. And I think that's a whole rabbit hole down, but she didn't even give them a hearing. She kicked them off the case and said that they were incompetent, grossly negligent, because there was a leak of crime scene photos. Now, let me just tell you, I know for a fact that those crime scene photos have been out there for a very long time, before the defense attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin ever got them. Okay, that's been well known among creators that those photos were out there. Well, first of all, they were the victims were found by a search party. No doubt, a lot of the pictures that were being circulated were taken from one or some of those people. Now, nobody ever shared, unlike, the Gannon Stout whole thing, nobody ever shared those. Not even on Patreon. Nobody shared those photos. But it did come from the leak, supposedly. Okay, I know this was leaked. I know this, okay, because I know stuff. I know this was leaked by a lot of different people. But they blamed it officially on Westerman, who was a friend of the defense, and, he was in a room. They weren't there. They trusted him. He had interned there. He took pictures, supposedly, of the... sorry, let me turn my phone off. He supposedly took pictures of the computer screen and sent them out. So this is why the judge said, y'all are negligent. Despite the fact
Yeah.
that many people, including news people, were getting information from law enforcement, and they said
Right.
this nationwide on
Yeah.
nationwide TV. So anyway, she kicked him off the case, did not even give them a hearing where they could defend their actions, and she appointed some, random people and put the trial off for a year when Richard Allen is in he is in a very bad situation, unlike Brian Koberger. Okay.
35.
So this is what they took it to the Supreme Court to say, look, your Sixth Amendment right says that
The
you
Indiana Supreme Court, right?
yes,
Not
the Indiana
the
Supreme Court. But our, the Constitution of the United States, your Sixth Amendment right is to have counsel and, effective and your choice of counsel. It doesn't matter if you want to hire Donald Duck. That is your choice. Okay. So this was what the whole thing was about. So they had the hearing early this morning and I streamed it. And I mean, it kind of went back and forth. Sometimes it looked really bad for Richard Allen and sometimes it looked good. But I wasn't expecting a ruling today, but they did. This afternoon, they ruled that they put the old defense back in place, which I agree with because it is due process, CJ. It's not about whether Richard Allen is guilty or innocent. That's not what's at stake here. It's setting a precedent, and it's your rights and my rights because this will go, interstate. And when they look for cases and, they have something, let's say something happens in Louisiana next that's similar to this, they go back and they look at other cases, what the precedent was set, what the judge ruled in this other case, and a good percentage of the time, very high percentage, they go with the old ruling. So if they had, kicked it out and said, no, he can't have his own choice of defense, then that would have been a lot of trouble for us, all of us.
Yeah.
And so it was a very, very important decision in the Indiana Supreme Court this morning.
Yeah, it was interesting. So what do you think is going to happen with the judge? Because she kind of overstepped her boundaries, didn't she, when it came to that, or what?
Oh, definitely.
Right.
But now, since then and today, she got a promotion. Yeah, she got a promotion.
Promotion?
Yeah, she sure did. Now she's in charge, even more in charge of than she was before. She's overseeing some other people's in the courts, which we all kind of thought could have been a bad sign. But I honestly think if I were a judge and I had made a ruling and they kicked it out, I would be angry, whether I was right or wrong, people's egos, whatever. And I think it's gonna be very tedious if she is the judge on this case in the criminal trial. But I'm hoping that she will say, hey guys, look, due to my new position and all these added responsibilities, I cannot give time to this case. I mean, that's what I do. I would take myself out. Because everything that she does, whether right or wrong, somebody's going to be judging it. They're going to be looking at her under a microscope. And then something else that happened today is, from the very beginning, they only had Richard Allen as on murder. Oh, I said the word. Well, anyway, they had him on that, but it was like Article 2. Like, basically, it was saying that he's not necessarily the perpetrator, but he was most likely involved in the kidnapping or abduction or had something to do that led to the unaliving of these two girls. Well, now, before that, the Supreme Court even ruled, the prosecution came back and said, hey, we're changing this to the first count. Because they've said for a year, we're looking for other people. Now what they're saying is, no, he did this by himself, and we're not looking for anybody else. This is what we're going to trial on. So I thought that was quite interesting as well.
In the same court hearing?
Well, no, he
when,
just made a
when was
motion. Nick McClellan, who's the prosecutor, he made a motion. He filed it today saying, "Hey guys, we want to change this from
Was that before or after the court hearing about Richard Allen being able to have his own representative?
I'm sorry, I heard about it in between because I was listening to the court hearing, and then like maybe 2 hours after, I heard that he had changed the charges to be the worst. And then we were just reeling from that. And then, boom, the Supreme Court comes back with a decision. So it's been a crazy day for me going live. I was laying on the couch and they're like, "Oh, there's a decision made." I'm like, "Oh, crap, I got to go live."
Wow. So, yeah, I think she should be removed. I don't know. I mean, John's asking a question. Do you think she should be removed?
Do I think she should? Well, the Supreme Court said no.
I mean,
I think she should. I think that, but this is just, and there's no legal standard for this. This is just an ethical, okay? I think if you march into a courtroom without any really legal ground to stand on, and you take away someone's Sixth Amendment right, and you don't even give him a chance, which, by the way, he wrote a letter to her and they made another motion. Richard Allen was aware of the leak and aware of everything that happened, and still wrote a letter to the judge saying, "I still want the attorneys. I don't care what happened. I'm aware. I still want them." In my opinion, she superseded what the defendant wanted, and of course the Constitution. For that reason, I don't think that she should be allowed to be a judge, but the Supreme Court does not agree. They say she can be the judge. I think that's insane, but that's just my opinion.
What'd she get promoted to do? Just to oversee, like, what's this promotion? Is it to get her away from? Is it like an excuse, like a cop-out to kind of get her away from the...
I would have to look at the actual title, but she was in, a group of judges that were overseeing, I don't know if it's the circuit court, something like that. I mean, to be honest, anytime I see Judge Gold's name on anything, I'm like, whatever. But she was a part of this group of attorneys that are overseeing things. Now they've made her like the chief justice over that. So, in my opinion, she probably will have more duties to, oversee that whole group. And I wish I could, if anybody in the chat knows what her title is. It's not a brand new thing. She was already part of this group, but now she's the leader of the group. So, of attorneys and cases and things that they have to oversee.
Which I'm kind of surprised, because this happened, and before she was already under pressure from the whatever court. I remember a while back, she wasn't it like the day of a court hearing where she had to go to the hospital because she was just there was just too much pressure. It was about the transcripts or something, or
it was right after her decision, I think, to throw Rosie and Baldwin off. And Danny, you're right. The state said they voluntarily withdrew, but, we have transcripts of the chamber meeting. But she gave them no choice, CJ. She basically said, "I've made up my mind. It doesn't matter what you say. You can either recuse yourself, you can either voluntarily withdraw, or I am going to drag your name through the mud over this leak thing." It was horrendous. It was horrible to read. And so Baldwin gave her a withdrawal that day because he felt coerced, because what you going to do? But Rosie, he walked out and he said, "Oh, you'll have my statement in writing in a few days." But then when he left the courtroom, Rosie's like, "No way. I was coerced. I had to do something." And Baldwin came back and he said, "Yeah, I didn't want to do it either." But, what's really suspicious is they weren't letting cameras in the courtrooms. There's been several hearings that, have been closed.
I thought they were. Open to the public. Really?
No. But this one, the one that she knew that she was going to toss them off the case, she invited everybody. You had the nationwide press there. So that was her, ace in the hole. She told the attorneys, okay, I'm going to throw you off the case. I don't care what you have to say. And we can either do it, you can withdraw here in the chambers, or you can go out there and I'm basically going to annihilate you in front of the whole nation with all of these
So how'd she get a promotion?
crews.
That doesn't make, how do you get
It's
a promotion?
Indiana. Have you studied Indiana crime rates? Oh
Not
my
really.
God. Indiana
Not really.
corruption is so bad. I'm not saying it's not bad in other places, but Indiana takes the cake on so many things. You want to get started, look into their arson problem. I'm going to be jumping into that one.
Yeah, that's pretty
soon.
obvious with the arson stuff.
Yeah. Oh, it's far worse. It's far worse than you even know, CJ.
Oh, I
It's-
could imagine. Yeah, because I even hear of new ones popping up.
Oh, yeah.
Recent
yeah.
ones. Yeah.
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 I can't tell you. I'm not going to say where. I have an ear on the ground in a certain place that posts their kind of like their 911 calls, and you would not believe the arsons this year in the middle of the summer. And I mean, not just you expect houses. Well, I'm not going to say they're arsons, just houses going ablaze. You expect that in the wintertime. Not so much in the summer. I've lost count of how many houses on fire in the Carroll County and surrounding areas I've seen this year, just in 2023.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah. They keep happening. Yeah. It almost, because I subscribe to all these local news channels all over the country. And so I'm constantly getting, and I go through everything. Part of my prep for each show is I make sure I cover every minute that is covered, that is out there, that there's any news or information. Like, that's one of my things that is part of my prep, whether I'm doing personal stuff or I'm still constantly every day, every hour, just going through all the feeds. And yeah, I notice it's crazy because I see them pop up and it's just like, what the hell's going on?
Exactly. What, something else caught on fire again, Carroll County? Come on.
It's like I said when I first came across Florida, and I thought the movie Backdraft.
Mm-hmm.
It's, if nobody's seen it, check it out. It's an old movie called Backdraft. It's got Baldwin and who else? Who's the actors in that movie? Kurt Russell and Alec Baldwin, or no, Kurt Russell and the younger Baldwin dude. Not Alec Baldwin, but the younger one. Check out that movie. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's how these departments were setting blazes on purpose. It's Billy. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Janie. Billy Baldwin. Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell, Billy Baldwin.
Well, I mean, you can, if you just look up and study the percentage of firefighters who start fires, and not all of them, CJ, are like really trying to harm people. It's kind of like an adrenaline rush for them. It's a big problem that firefighters have amongst themselves, is they want to get that rush, so they start a fire and they run in there and they're the savior. To me, that's so messed up, but it is a real problem. If you look into it, it's like, what the heck?
Especially when
like,
you see, especially when you see fire trucks show up and there's nothing happening for 8 minutes in somebody's dash cam. It's like, yo.
Yeah.
I experienced myself firsthand, and they showed up a hell of a lot quicker, and they were inside a hell of a lot quicker than that. Period.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna start hitting Flora again, and not just Flora. There are there are some fires in that county that are, in my opinion, just as bad and just as corrupt as Flora, and it's devastating.
Mm-hmm. It is. It is. It's very sad, especially with who's the ones that are suffering is usually the victims that are in the homes
Hmm.
that were just going on like it was a normal day. So
Yeah, and children. There is a lot of children that were part of all of these arsons, and I tell you what, I first started looking at this from a channel called Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. And she is, Allie is a sweetheart, and she let me borrow about 10 minutes of her video. And she goes over the statistics of how many, deaths there should be for children in a certain period of years comparatively to this area. And it is like, it's off the charts. So you can't tell me this is natural. I call BS.
yeah, even when you have people in that profession that are seeing it and they're going, this is not how it goes. It's it all and that's the thing. It's when you're in them small communities, you're locked away from a lot of the outside world. You're not nowadays. This technology is changing with a snap of a finger, and it's a little harder to catch up. And so the people that are used to, all these uh, influential people of power that were used to getting away generations and generations of getting away with shady ass shit, and now technology's starting to catch up with your ass. It's not so easy anymore. So
Yeah. Yeah. And people are getting, CJ, back years ago, and maybe not even that many years ago, we listened to what the mainstream media and what our town paper, whatever, was saying. We would just believe it. Yeah, we'd believe, oh, okay, this happened. This person did it. But now you have people like, you who are digging into there, questioning the narrative, questioning the evidence, and looking at this stuff saying, hey, this doesn't look or sound right. But before, we had nothing to go on. And now, I can see where this is a problem for some law enforcement or whatever, because we demand the truth and we want the answers. Unfortunately, a lot of creators are bought and paid for to spread the narrative, but I know you are not one of those people, and neither am I. So,
shit. That'd be crazy. Spotify one day. That's a dream. But yeah, it's definitely suspicious. But now it's technology. When you get a community of people that are about innocent until proven guilty, thinking, "What if this was me in that position?"
Mm-hmm.
And then just doing whatever you can. It has nothing to do with your schooling or even your experience. It has everything to do with your approach. And
Right.
even if you're sitting there from your couch on your phone supporting and being a part of that voice, uh who's louder, one person that's behind a microphone or a choir's gonna blow it away. And so that's why the communities and everybody doing it together is so amazing, and they're not used to that. It's different. People would go to News Nation on a Thursday night at 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern, but now they're going to YouTube because they know the bullshit that we've been spun for. It's not a new story. There's been topics and articles for years about how the media spins things a certain way. And fortunately, we live in a country where, for the most part, we have freedom of speech. And that allows us to be able to do this and to be able to keep people in check, because why would there be laws even for people that are in positions above us if there wasn't something that already happened to make a law.
Exactly.
So it does exist. And so when it comes to the corruption and the propaganda and things like that, it's always going to be out there. But it's a beautiful day in this country where we can be together and have these shows and be able to talk about these things and to be able to question without repercussions, because it is truly about finding the truth. And sometimes you have to chip away at a square for it to become a circle, for then it to become a wheel, so then you can start going places.
Exactly. And I'm glad. You know, for one thing, I am.
What's up to?
As much as I gripe, and a lot of creators gripe about the restrictions that we have on YouTube, I am very, very glad to have a place to go and get information. Because you're right, I don't watch the news. I could not tell you. The only time I watch the national news is if it is like I need to see footage from something that just happened, like an explosion or, you know, whatever. I don't even watch the weather on either local or national. Yeah,
I haven't watched TV. Yeah, I haven't watched TV and I don't know how long. Hell, I haven't even seen a movie and I don't know how long. But I'm going to weather.com. I don't even, the only time I watch TV is when I see local TV stations report on different things. But so I know that the last time you were on, we were kind of getting into some of the private driver, and we're going to get into some of that because there's somebody requested a video. You know, it was something that somebody sent, the community sent. Hey, CJ, check this out. You know, what's up, Crystal? And it was this show, Murder Metal Mayhem. And I was like, okay, we'll check it out sometime, you know. And we finally got to checking it out a couple days ago, and I just became a sub. And as me and him were kind of going back and forth through email today, talking, I came across, as I was going through some of my prep, I was like, oh, wow, there's already some of these videos I had saved before regarding the private driver from this channel. So I was like, well, isn't that kind of cool? So I thought we would check some of those out too, amongst some other things. But there's some new document. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, he recently popped up in my, you know, suggested videos, and I was like, I haven't heard of this guy before. So he was talking about one of the things about a private driver, and I was like, oh, okay, let me see what he's got to say. And yeah, I've watched a lot of his videos in the last week. And isn't it funny, CJ, how you can search things and you don't find people, and then they've been around for a while, and then all of a sudden, boom, it pops up one day and you're like, hey, look at, here's somebody who knows something.
Yeah, well, it's crazy because, see, I'm always, like I said, I'm always looking at articles and videos and just so much stuff, you know. That's why I have so much prep for so many different cases, because I constantly, every single hour of the day, I'm looking for stuff, you know, and information. And it's kind of crazy because there's so many times that I finally get to one of these videos and I was like, oh, damn, you know, let me subscribe. And then I'm going back into my old prep, you know, going back into my stuff. Like tonight, I was like, what are we going to do? What are we going to talk about tonight? So I kind of went through all my prep, and that's when I realized, I was like, holy shit, I had already started saving this guy's videos, even though I hadn't subscribed yet because I hadn't checked them out yet. But it's kind of crazy that, like, sometimes a couple weeks away or something, I had already started saving videos, because I look for not only people that I subscribe, but people that I don't subscribe, because I'm always about exploring all the theories, thoughts, and opinions, and you know, and once I come across somebody, it's definitely about the community. It's about just, you know, thanking them for their hard work and appreciating their time.
And sometimes, I don't do it often, But sometimes I listen to people that I absolutely despise, other creators who I do not agree with and don't like them in the least. Sometimes I still listen to them because I need to also know what other people are saying. Does that make sense? What other things are coming up? Because, like, just because I don't care for someone so much doesn't mean that they don't have some information. Now, I don't look at them a whole lot, but I'm very open to listening to what people say, unless they're a horse's rear end, and then I'm just not going to listen to them. Period. I don't care what you're saying.
There's a lot of them out there.
All right.
It's like what's up, Ticket 48, Sandra? It's like, yo, there's as many YouTube channels as there is assholes, so I'm sure you can go find one that you enjoy. You know what I'm saying? Like, go find one. Go find a toilet that you enjoy. There's no sense in you coming to sit down on a toilet that you hate going to. You know?
That's true. That is very true. And that is the result you get. It's toilet.
Yeah, because sometimes you spend a little bit of time there. You know what I mean? You got to be comfy. You got to be comfy. All right.
There sure are. Hey, and I was going to say, I was catching up from your show last night about the dirty glove. Oh, my God.
Yeah? Did you see it?
Yes. Yeah, I was doing that. And I was texting people that I was answering about I was watching. Oh, my gosh, CJ. I never in my life, now I'm not a trained investigator, but I am a trained nurse. And just oh my God, I'm like, well, you don't even know. And it was like everything I was thinking, you would be saying it. It's like, especially, that's the first thing I thought of when she steps on it.
Yeah.
She steps on the glove. I'm like, you don't know where that shoe has been. Like, what DNA is already on the shoe? Then you're going to pick it up with a glove. You're going to, with one glove, you should have changed that glove. I understand it's not a sterile field. Like, we have different layers. Okay. If you're doing a sterile procedure, you have to use the sterile gloves. All right. And you got to be ultra, ultra careful with that. But even just a regular glove thing, yeah, you're transferring DNA potentially everywhere.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Like, and that's one of the things so because I didn't do a show today, I saw Law and Crime was doing a live. And when we did an episode on the forensic genetic genealogy and more of the dirty glove. And if anybody hasn't seen it, please hit the link, get it in your history rotation or whatever, come back to the show, but just get it in your history rotation and check it out and let me know what you think, and I'm glad you brought it up. It's one of the things I wanted to get to with this because of your profession. Not that you were a crime scene investigator, but you are you're in the medical profession. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And when you see, let's be honest, they're in the medical profession too, even though they're different jobs. But at the same time, like, that's why I said it was class day one of medical profession before you go to this or that or this. This is day one shit. Like, you don't. How do they even have a job? I didn't understand.
There is so much potential cross-contamination. I mean, I don't know where these people came from. Like, have they been in the house already or have they not? Where did you come from? What did you walk through? And how come you're not wearing, like, they're not putting the little booties on? Like, I thought, my understanding, which I took 2 years of, I don't have a 4-year degree, but I did take 2 years of criminal justice. And I mean, I know one thing. You have to preserve the integrity of the crime scene. Now, it had already compromised beyond all measure before the police ever got there. But in spite of that, once you get there, you have to, like, that's why you seal it off. You have to be so careful that no DNA or any kind of the red stuff or anything else gets moved, transferred, whatever.
just alone, what could be on that lady's boot?
Exactly.
You know? Or
Exactly.
the dirt, or the leaf that it touched, but specifically the lady's boot, because if you watch this video and leave me a comment what you think and share it, because this is ridiculous. And when I was in Lawn Crimes Live and they were having a Q&A, I was like, sweet. Right? And I brought it up and I asked it multiple times. What about the drone footage of the medical professionals or forensic investigators that had contaminated PPE before they walked into the scene of the crime? How could you not question what took place inside the scene of the crime when you see right here how somebody approaches the scene of the crime when it comes to contamination? And because I didn't spend $10 to ask it, other questions got asked. It's like, whatever. I'm not spending $10 to ask you to look at something that's as obvious as this. But I think Mr. Weber should definitely discuss it, because they were discussing a whole bunch of shit on Lawn Crime earlier. You know, you had the guy that don't even review the documents. He's a fan favorite. He don't even review the documents, but he's up there talking about how guilty fucking BK is. Look at the fucking contamination, bro. What if that was your fucking daughter in there?
Right.
Wouldn't you be like, yo, has Steve G even seen this fucking footage? Like, for real. If you see this footage, you're instantly going, reasonable doubt, yo. Right off the bat, before there's a date for the trial, it's reasonable doubt. When you see this lady pick up, both of them know what the hell's going on. She done tells the lady next to her multiple times that there's a damn glove on the ground.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's so easy. We're talking about, what was it, 20 skin cells on the sheath?
Yeah.
A minute amount. Well, then you have these glorious people out here who are dropping gloves on the ground, picking them up, just doing everything. I mean, how do you know that they didn't transfer some kind of, I'm not even saying co-burgers, like, but how do you know what is right and what is wrong about that crime scene? Like, you can't be doing that.
Just steps all over it, you know, touching the bag. And then somebody leaves a comment, but that was probably a trash bag. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Quit looking at the surface and look at what the hell just took place. The lady could have easily took her glove off like people do taking their pet out to have a duke. You know? So you don't get duke on your hand, you take the glove off a certain way. They didn't take no gloves off. They're digging in all this equipment and all this other stuff. And then they go walking up inside. So if you approach the crime scene like this, and who knows what lollipop or gum or whatever is on somebody's boot that they walked into, who knows what's on those boots? And it's all over that stuff right there now. How much does a fucking latex glove cost? A hell of a lot cheaper than the contamination that you just lost.
Yeah. I mean, I think what, we're looking at is the way, like you said, the way they're doing things, okay? The fact that they're outside, yeah. If they're going to mishandle in this, then what did they do when they got in there? Because my understanding is, like, when you have a piece of evidence and you're going to pick it up and put it in a bag, you have to have a clean glove so that you don't transfer something else onto that, whatever, as you're putting it in the plastic bag. Like, how else is it not contaminated? I don't understand. Like, maybe 100 years ago, when we didn't have DNA knowledge and technology, I mean, it really, I could see where it wouldn't matter as much. Nobody's looking for that. But now, we got to worry about 20 skin cells.
And no weapon to go to the sheath, so you can't, and they never said for sure that was the weapon. So how
Right.
can you, and you got the same people that were there, and this is why I said, this is why it's important. Not just because they did this shit outside. You can question the approach because of what you saw on tape. And then you see what they're doing inside this property, and you're telling me you can't question what their contamination approach in here when you just saw what took place out there. And you're talking about that's the kind of DNA that you're talking about when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to this person being guilty. And when you
Right.
put yourself in that position and you go, oh, hold on.
Because, yeah,
Why
you
isn't
have to
Jesse
wonder.
Weber talking about this video? He wouldn't even answer. He wouldn't even bring up the question. I'm like, bro, I'm sorry I don't fit your narrative. But this isn't a narrative. This is real fucking life, dude. Comment,
Right. And if they're doing this, like, you don't know, what are they doing in the house that you can't see? And I understand that, they probably don't have this kind of situation all the time, and they're not really prepared, maybe, some of them.
Day one of
But
class. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I can't excuse any inexperience. That's that's like before you even show up to class. Yes, I take the glove off a certain way so I don't get my dog duke on my hand. Before you even sign up for the class. Like, it's way before that. I can't excuse anybody's, you're from a small town. Yeah. You're
yeah.
from a small town. Hell no.
But you know how to call the FBI, don't you? Or
Who?
somebody from a bigger city. Even somebody from a bigger city that has a forensic team, like, that's used to doing this. Why not call them in?
I'm sure they did. That's why Idaho State Police is there. It's crazy when Moscow PD shows up after Idaho State Police is already at the crime scene.
Yeah.
Like the whole PD was on vacation at a brunch a couple hours away, and they had the dispatch flip over to state. Yeah, cover us for a couple hours, guys. We're going to have brunch.
Yeah. Well, if these are how the professionals are doing it, why picking up, look, I understand picking the glove up off the ground. What I don't understand is changing the glove that you picked it up with and putting a new one on. Okay. Yeah. They're not that expensive. If you have to pick up something else that's got God knows what on it, been stepped on, everything else, then at least when you drop it in, go up under your glove, take that off, and get a fresh glove. It's not hard.
Your 8-year-old kid knows that when they're taking the puppy out to go potty.
Yeah.
It's. I don't understand. I'm waiting. Because the video's been out there. Shout out the Inquisitor for the drone footage. I need to get one. I'm telling you, I don't understand why Jesse Weber didn't look at it and go, maybe he thought it was a conspiracy. I don't know, but that's fucking drone footage, yo. And then you see the other footage of them in the crime scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a white suit and black gloves. Yeah, guess what? It ain't about that. It's about how you approach the crime scene with regards to contamination. I don't give a fuck what they're wearing. You see that, and that's before they go into that. Hello. How is that? How is News Nation? How is freaking Law and Crime? How is Court TV not talking about that? For real.
I don't know, because that's the thing. You want to, like I said, you want to preserve it. You want to make sure that your hairs, your DNA, and everything isn't at the crime scene. There's a reason for it to be there, if it would come up. But then again, what if the perpetrator works on the, God, you've got to preserve that, scene. And yes, it was a nightmare from before they got there, because we know people are in and out. In my opinion, the whole crime scene is contaminated. And,
from the get-go.
Yeah, I just don't know how you can I mean, the knife, again, it sounded good. You know, when this news first broke, CJ, and they're like, we found DNA on the knife sheath. I'm like, woohoo, okay. All right. We got him. But then you start finding out what kind of DNA and how they got to where they're at, and the lab. And the lab is not like, you know, they do this, they've done this in thousands of cases and they're experts at. No, it wasn't like that. So they built
No,
this
and
profile.
I've been starting to think that when it got sent to because you're talking when it goes to Orthram, it's got to be there's nothing else you can do, and I think Orthram actually were the ones that got the swabs. I don't even think Orthram got DNA samples. I think they got the frickin' swabs that were used for the test. So it was DNA that was already tested on already. That's what
Wow.
I'm starting to think now. That's why you're not seeing this shit, because Orthram, think about it, they're going to be excited if they have a cotton swab with DNA, because what does Orthram usually deal with? Trying to even find a source of DNA in the first place. You're already handing them DNA on a source. You've already given them 3/4 of their battle. So that's why I'm thinking when you look at the minimal amount, and then you're talking about how many tests need to be taken with it. Now I'm coming to the conclusion that the reason it was only in ISP's possession for just a couple weeks, that's not trying everything that you can fucking do. A couple weeks, and then it goes to this private lab. They're going to be happy to have cotton swabs, and because it's all fucking, I mean, contamination from the get-go, and then you got all these swabs and all this different shit being tested. No, you listen to all these professionals, it's all about DNA being tested fresh, not being retested, not using DNA that was already tested to test again.
Yeah. Exactly. And then you have this lab, you know, and not to say anything bad about them, you know, but you have this lab that this is not their forte. Okay. This is not what they generally do. And then you're building a profile, and oh my God, it just gets to the point of like, I don't want to see, if BK is guilty, I don't want to see him go free, but my God, there's so much controversy with this. Can a jury in good conscience say that there's no reasonable doubt? Because, you know, even me,
right there,
you know,
the video,
yeah, exactly.
I'm like, not.
Yeah, I'm looking at this thinking, what the heck they doing? And I mean, they're just throwing stuff everywhere. Their gloves, I'm like, oh my God, it's horrifying.
As easy as doing this. When it's that easy, you
Mm-hmm.
already know better. You already know better. How in the hell? How in the hell? Damn, Lynn T, is that 2 gifted CJ memberships? I want to say a contribution call out to you. Thank you so much for always being peaceful and positive as well. Thank you for the contribution to the community and the new members. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
StreamYard is like going crazy here.
You know, I want to know how people would feel if this was your son or daughter or mom or dad, and this is the evidence that they have. Okay. They have, you know, like I said in the beginning, when they said DNA, I thought they had a swipe of the red stuff. You know, I thought, oh, okay, well, that's damning evidence. But this, I would hate to think that my life depended on this. I'm watching this video, and, you know, look, CJ, and I'm not saying that Orthram did this. I'm just saying, do you know how many people have, how many labs and how many people have signed off? There's been case after case where labs have sent out information, and, you know, it's like whatever way the police wanted it to go, they confirmed it. Now, there are lab technicians and lab officials in jail now for thousands of cases that they lied about because they either didn't test or whatever. And I mean, when you go looking into that, it's like, how do these people sleep at night? I don't know.
That's why
I really don't know.
I cover even these other cases, you know, where I do these videos where it discusses these other I mean, if you go to my video section, you'll see like Ann Taylor acquittal 2017. You'll see all these different videos and all these different things that I'm just like, man, this this doesn't make sense, or this is weird, or you know, when they came out with the Sentra or different things like that. And shout out to the community because we're always looking out. And it's just like this last one, you know, you take 3 videos, okay? You take this video when it comes to the DNA dirty glove. Then you take my video when it comes to why I feel the sheath was Maddie or Kaylee's, and then you take the video about my incel theory from Queen Road Apartments. And hello?
Yeah.
Does that not show reasonable doubt for the sheath? Does that not show reasonable doubt for the DNA? Does that not show reasonable doubt that somebody other than BK could have committed this crime? Just those 3 videos.
Yeah.
All
and
right
that's
there.
the thing. You know, CJ, they moved ahead on this so fast. And I mean, if they had a plethora of, you know, good, solid evidence, okay, let's say they had large amounts of BK's red stuff intermingled with one of the victims.
Right.
If that was the case, if they found his DNA other places, if there was an eyewitness that knew him and said, this is the guy, I know this guy. You know, if there were overwhelming evidence, I could see them doing an arrest this quick. But on this evidence and the fact that they cleared everybody else, including the private driver, but like you said, it could be an incel. Like, how much did you really investigate all of the people living around there? It's like, I think you did this too fast because you wanted, like you said, CJ, you nailed it, because you wanted people to come back for the next semester. You did not want to, and it would be devastating for the town. Yeah.
I've been telling people that for the longest that they didn't have BK until the end of December, you know, and I got all these people saying, oh, it's November, it's early December. I'm sitting there going, if you look at all of this shit, if you watch all these interviews and the eyes, like you know, like you're starting to go into body character analysis, right? You go into all these different things and then you see what's taking place. And that's why I'm sitting there saying there ain't no way there was a rush job. You look at the way the PCA was written, it was fucking thrown together quick as shit. You're the way that the DNA went from ISP to Orthram to the FBI and then went to, you know, I've been saying it for the longest that it was one of these small little teeny tips. It was just something, and they just took it and ran with that shit as soon as they had. Because why are you even worried about getting the dad's DNA when the son was already there for 2 fucking weeks? You're telling me you couldn't have picked up something like you picked up off the Long Island SK? You couldn't have picked up something? You're telling me the dude was everywhere with frickin' gloves? You're telling me the dude never went to the gas station and touched a fucking candy bar? You're telling me the dude never did anything? Really? You didn't even bring him in? No, he wasn't on their damn list. Because if he was, they would have brought him in. They're not going to wait to get daddy's DNA out of the damn garbage and send it to the lab and then have some kind of connection on the 27th of December. That's when they said, all right, here we go. Because anybody can load it up as Joe Dirt. You could put your fucking DNA on 23andMe as Sinead O'Connor if you wanted. You know?
I could.
Nobody's gonna fucking check it.
Yeah, that, you know, and I know we've talked about this a lot. That is beyond horrific for me to know that there could be a DNA out there with my name. There could be a Silky Southern Tea DNA floating around in 23andMe. And, I'm going to tell you right now, I have never given my DNA to any of these places, nor will I ever. Okay?
No.
I'm not that curious.
I'm not either. I mean, it's amazing technology, but really, I'm good. Good.
So if somebody's out there growing another Silky, it's not me.
Well, there's already one out there. Everybody has a twin. That's just, I don't know. That's what I've heard. Now, I did also hear memory that he was willing to talk when he was first apprehended, and then after he learned what he was being charged, then he and arrested for, then that's when he's changed and said that he wanted to have lawyer or a legal representation. So at first he was willing to talk to the investigators until he found out what he was being arrested for. Ticket 63, Susan, thank you. So that I think is interesting too, because why wouldn't you talk? I mean, yeah, I think everybody should lawyer up, obviously, and not say anything. But if you really were, why wouldn't if you're in a weird situation, you just woke up, you're like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? Like, I understand automatically get representation, but I can see somebody being in that position going, damn, I just want to know what the hell's going on. What can I tell my mom and dad when I get my first phone call?
This case, I thought in the beginning it was going to be cut and dried. He's guilty. Now we wait for the trial. That's why I didn't, that's why I was still diving into Delphi, and that's where I got lost down the rabbit hole. But I really had no idea that there was going to be so much controversy in this case. It's like, it's almost like watching Delphi all over. The more you know, the more you go, what the heck?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Especially, I don't know. I'm if anybody sees any of these major TV stations discussing this, tell me, please, because I want to hear what they have to say, because I think this is ridiculous as hell that this isn't even. How is this not even a conversation with any of these law and crimes court TVs or anything? They're willing to discuss all of this other stuff, but they're not willing to discuss something like this. And I think something like this is way more important than them saying that the sheath is part of the crime.
Yeah.
It's about reasonable doubt. You go to my video, why I think the K-bar was Maddie or Kaylee's. Tell me I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me their DNA wasn't on it. Hello, their DNA was on it. Let's be clear. And when it comes to LE, they're not going to say, well, we found the victim's DNA on the sheath. No. And they're not going to be a suspect because they're a victim. So it has nothing to do with their DNA on the sheath. And I don't understand why people keep going back to that when it comes to that topic. It's called, no, you need to look at it like this could be a possibility, because just because the sheath was not it's one thing if you say the weapon, and here's the weapon, it's tied to this. Hey, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But it's just a sheath. That's all it is.
Right.
That's all it is. Yeah, they're not interested. What's up, Michi girl? So there's some new documents out here. Now, there's two of them. They had a couple new documents that released recently, and I thought it was very interesting, because there for a long time we were waiting to hear about this IGG stuff and a response from the judge, because at the end of November, at the beginning of November, there was a court hearing regarding the in camera of what they were going to be able, what the defense was going to be able to see or not see, because that's when the prosecution was supposed to bring everything. Well, again, Bill Thompson showed up again, like he always does, and says, we don't have anything to give you. And I'll go ahead and let the other agencies know that time is of the essence, yada, yada, yada. It's kind of like the LE saying, we're not going to tell you why the community is safe, but we're just going to say, that, stay vigilant and be aware. It's just same old shit. So then we're sitting here waiting, and then it was due by December 1st. That's when the next hearing was supposed to happen. It was due by December 1st. Well, the last day of November, the prosecution, quote, dropped a sealed envelope of all of the rest of the documents, right? So for all of these court hearings, and there was 10 supplemental requests for discoveries at this point, and through all of these hearings of the defense asking over and over for all the discovery, and the defense saying, we can't simply provide something we don't have. Well, they don't have it because, in my opinion, it's redacted because it's part of another investigation. They even used a court hearing or a court case regarding a prosecution saying they couldn't supply all the information because an agency above them had the information that they were not privy to because it was involved in another investigation. So, of course, the prosecution isn't going to be able to see that information. And, of course, the judge isn't going to be able to see that information. So I was always, when it came to this court hearing, I'm like, okay, well, when these documents are going to come out, I don't think if there is anything, because for months they've been saying there isn't. I think if there is anything, it's just going to be a bunch of redacted papers and a bunch of papers that have blank pages and a header on top of them. It's going to be a bunch of scraps of a carrot that you toss in the garbage when you're serving carrots. So, it's not going to be anything of value. And I think that's why the prosecution continued to say, we gave you everything, even though they might not have given them everything per se, but they gave them everything of evidential value, because there is none when it comes to blank pages with headers and redacted documents.
Yeah.
So we were waiting and waiting and waiting. Nothing was going on. And then all of a sudden, on the 9th, there was another supplemental request for discovery. So I'm like, well, that's crazy. We're still waiting
understand
on the IGG.
Yeah,
which is what she's always been asking for. So why would there be another request for discovery if the judge never ruled on the request for discovery when it comes to the IGG, because he was supposed to determine what the defense was supposed to see or not? So why would they be asking?
I'm
Because they were
sorry.
at the water cooler.
Oh my gosh! Look, my whole. I'm sorry. Like, everything is going nuts tonight. I have the cat just jumped up here and almost knocked my light off and broke it. I've got a stink bug, but I think it's a stink. But y'all know what a stink bug is? Like, do they fly? I didn't think they could fly. Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Don't squish it.
No, I know,
No.
and it keeps jumping on my light and staring me down, and I didn't know they could fly, and then he just flew on my keyboard, and I was freaking out. So y'all, if you were watching my expressions, this is what's going on, and I think that's why the cat is trying to get up here for the stink bug.
The cat wants to play with it.
Yeah, but if she knocks my light down, she's gonna break it. Oh my, okay. You know what? I might have to take a break here for just a second.
You're good.
This is ridiculous.
You want me to bounce you out and then just message when you're ready or something? Or?
No, I'm just gonna mute myself just so I can get around here, and I'll be right back. I've got to move the cat and the stink bug. Jeez, I'm sorry. I can't ever have a normal show.
Oh, you're good. Hey, at least you're not burning yourself cooking. That's the important part. Because you always seem to do that when you're on the shows. You seem to burn yourself while you're cooking. Thank you, Janet Shepard. Give me 1 second. Let me get the screen up there. The contribution call out. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Great show tonight, and thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it. Yeah, under attack. Them stink bugs, man. Usually it's like October, November, but now it's cold as shit out there. So yeah, they're ready to come in. But what I was saying is so it was kind of weird how they came out with an 11th supplemental request for discovery before the judge even ruled on the stuff, right? So then it's like, wow. So then 2 days later, all of a sudden, IGG information, public order for disclosure comes. It's water cooler discussion. Then the next day, because I feel like they were like, I'm tired of this gaslighting, let's just have a motion to unseal the defendant's motion to reconsider. Let's just start getting this shit unsealed. You know, you asked us in this document, it says right here, let me see here. It says right here. And me and Andrew Myers even discussed this when he hopped on yesterday morning. It even says that he sought sealing of his filings solely based on email communications with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office stating that they wanted the filings sealed. So to me, it was like, oh, they threw him, they threw the prosecution a bone. Look, we keep asking you for these documents. Let me just meet you 150. You don't even have to build half of your bridge. You just need to build a quarter of your bridge. And, like, what's up? And I think they got tired of the gaslighting because when you listen to what they're doing about the censorship of what's going to be shown for this trial, I'm sitting there praising Judge for the longest because he had the YouTube channel, and even though they didn't want the cameras, he was going to allow the cameras, which I'm still praising it. But at the same time, when you're sitting there saying, if I don't want something out there, I'm not putting it out there. I'm going to have it redacted. Well, what's the point of having the transparency out there if you're not really going to have transparency? So then the reporters are locked down because they used to be able to do live tweets. Now they can't do live tweets anymore. So therefore, the only way that you can't even have ladies bring in their purses or nothing. And if you go to the bathroom, you can't come back in. So what that tells me is when the people that are there to report do walk out and are able to start doing the live tweets, they're not even going to be fully transparent because they're going to be afraid, oh, shoot, what if I say one word that upsets this judge and then I don't get to come in and report on the case anymore, which could be my job for the network.
Right.
So exactly. I feel like everything's going to be censored now.
Yeah, and it bothers me so much. I see the same thing in Delphi where they keep begging the prosecution to turn over evidence. And it's like, come on. I mean, I know it's a game, but to me, that it should be illegal. I mean, I think you should when you get new evidence, let's say you get a new report from the lab saying, hey, this, that, whatever, a new witness, you should have some kind of small time period, in my opinion, to turn that over to the other side, because I mean,
it shouldn't even be. Look, if you get a new card in the deck, it should automatically be put in and shuffled. It should automatically. Listen, if I'm playing poker, there ain't no way in hell I'm playing poker with somebody that's got a couple cards in their back pocket. Hell no.
Right.
Hell no.
Right. And I know the strategy is, okay, we're going to give this at the last minute because then the other side is not going to have as much time to work on this and refute it. But that's not fair. And to me, that's not a fair trial. That's just my opinion. But I think that sucks. The defense shouldn't have to ask over and over again for information. If you have a strong case against somebody, what the heck are you afraid of?
They claim to have all of this, so much. Steve G, we got so much. We got so much Chanley Painter on court. We got so much. We got so much.
Well,
News
then,
and Nation.
then give it over.
Yeah, they don't. That's
No.
just like the homework, I mean, hell, they don't even have to do homework. Ann Taylor, just watch this video. You don't even have to do homework, Ann Taylor.
There you go. I've said that though for a long time, and in these cases, if now I know some creators are full of crap. I know that, but if some of these attorneys or their assistants or whatever would watch some YouTube channels, it could save them hours and hours of research and finding out what people are saying. Look, things that you didn't know. I think it could be a great resource.
Especially we're not, when we talk about stuff with, I mean, again, just like this is drone footage. This isn't bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like when we're looking at stuff, there's documents, there's different things that are out there. So it's not like it's anything that's made up. And when you come to this show, I drop links to everything that we go over, period. So they could go to live chat and literally have all the links that they want when it comes to everything that we discuss or talk about on here. And the new documents that came out ain't nothing new. When they dropped a couple days ago, the last one for the unsealed to reconsider, we already knew the documents were going to be dropping. I'm surprised that it was 5 days later. I thought it'd be something pretty quick, but it's typical, and we already know what's going to be happening when it comes to these new documents. We'll go ahead and I was going to mention that too, Steve W. There was some breaking news stuff I was going to mention. Isn't that interesting? The Innocence Project is starting to do the Scott Peterson case. Isn't that nuts? I was actually going to do a show on that sometime because I have prep for that as a topic already. Scott Peterson.
I am flabbergasted. Like, CJ, I remember watching that. Like, I was working at the hospital and I was following that case. Like, I'd come home and I would watch it, every single thing that they had on that. And I had no idea that the Innocence Project picked it up. So
they just did.
I'm like, what kind of evidence now are they seeing?
That's why I started to do, because I have like over 20 cases that I have prep on, and that was one of them because I've been paying attention. It's been probably, oh man, he's been trying to get a new trial based off of different evidence. Oh my gosh, how long, people? 2 years now? It's been maybe 2 years now. The last year, things have kind of been brought to light and been discussed and then different things within the legality of the trial and stuff. I think he's going to get a new trial. And I was actually, when I saw that the Innocence, because I just saw that break-in today about the Innocence Project, Scott Peterson getting picked up from it. That's when I was like, holy shit, all of this stuff, because I've been trying to save it. I've been trying to save it so it's not the same shit everybody's been seeing over and over all these years. I've been trying to, like, with all these other cases too, I try and get it to where it's just like a compacted high pressure, like when we go to a show, it's going to be right. So I knew it was getting there. I knew it was getting close to there, and when I saw the Innocence Project picked it up today, I was like, oh, holy shit, yeah, we're going to be doing a show now, because now the stuff that I can do with this show, and when we get through it, I already know this Innocence Project stuff, watch. There's going to be different things popping up. There's going to be new information that we didn't hear before. There's going to be things to discuss in the case, and then you can literally go back and watch the trial and see everything that they're talking about, and then, focus it on how it was and almost have a new trial, but you're just looking at it with a different perspective. But It's
Yeah.
very telling. It's very telling when an Innocence Project picks up a case.
Yes.
It's hard to get your case picked up from the Innocence Project. They have so many. They have
Right.
so many.
And, you know, when we saw the evidence as it was happening, as the trial was happening, I mean, I was so convinced of his guilt and the whole, you know, and then you had Amber Fry, who was the mistress and all that. Like, he looked guilty as homemade soap. And now, but yeah, the reputation that the Innocence Project has, I'm like, holy crap, they picked him up. Then there's got to be something to it. And that, to me, CJ, is so scary. Because if Scott Peterson is innocent, holy moly.
Think about it.
Then how many other people have been railroaded in there by the justice system?
I'm just going to say there's interesting things with, I'm just going to say this. I don't know for anybody that, and you'll know what I mean if you've been keeping your ear out there for the last year. I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm going to say that there's issues with the timeline. And when you see the issues with the timeline and you look at Idaho4 and you go, holy shit, there's issues in the timeline, how it switched, how it went from here to here based off of how they needed it to fit their narrative. And we're gonna have a show on it soon, you guys. I'm gonna put out a community post because I want to know and I'm not even gonna put like a multiple choice. I'm just gonna leave it up to the comments in the community post because I want to know what cases everybody wants to see, and I want to put together a tally so that way I can talk about the cases that you guys want and not the cases that I want. And I know that I already have prep for the cases that you want and the cases that I would want, so I already know that I'm good there. And that's going to be one of them.
Wow.
Yeah, with the Scott Peterson.
Yeah. See, this bothers me because timelines, it seems like it's a recurrent theme. Here we got Idaho, and if that's the case with Scott Peterson, I can tell you in Delphi the timeline is FUBAR. Y'all know what that means?
Duke.
So this bothers me. People are just building timelines to fit what they want to happen.
I'll need to have you on the show and we do it. And we need to get together for a Jeffrey Epstein show. I apologize about my sickness here the last week. I'm still, I'm not quite there yet, but and sorry guys for this morning, by the way. It was the loudest it's ever been next door, so there was no way in hell I was going to be able to do a show.
I mean, the more shows we can do together, CJ, I'm in. Yeah. You know that.
Different cases too. Jeffrey Epstein, Scott Peterson. There's some other things too. Some other cases that are coming out.
Yeah.
Definitely need to, because even though we do cover this most of the time, and there's so many things to go over, we do need to kind of mix it up. But I don't want to do what I want to do. I want to do what you all want to do. So that's why I want. Even if you want to type it in right now, and let me know what cases. Just do it right now. Type in chat what different cases you want us to cover here at the Evil CJ Show, and we'll definitely start getting into those soon too. So I'm going to read these documents real quick, and I want to get into some of this private driver stuff, Silky, because I know you know some stuff about this private driver stuff too. Probably a little more than you should, but that's what you're about. That's what you're about. That's what we're all about. So I want to get into some of this stuff, a couple of these videos. I want to see what you think. I'm going to tell y'all what I think, and then we're going to get to some other stuff here. So let me read these documents real quick. We all knew they were coming. Give me 1 second. So the first one is the motion to seal defendant's reply to state's objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory. This fucking word, interlocutory. Ugh, can't stand it. All right.
I don't know how
A
to say it
damn
either.
word. A damn word. Interlocutor. Interlocutor. Interloco. Interloc.
Interlocutory.
Interlocutory. Interlocutory.
Interlocutory.
Man, can you
Close enough.
imagine? I imagine like a fast rapper saying that or something. Interlocutory. 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 Yeah, there you go.
Just need some rhythm behind that, CJ.
Ooh, yeah, and a little bit of hen dog too. Comes comes now. I miss hen dog. Brian C. Koberger buying through his attorneys. Not that I don't. I just don't have a taste for it anymore, or any alcohol. Period. Hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's reply to state objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal from the interlocutory orders and stay of proceedings pursuant to ICAR 32. Now, when I had Andrew D. Myers on the show yesterday, he was looking up into that ICAR 32, and I was going to play a little bit of what he had to say yesterday regarding that. The next one is motion to seal defendant's reply to state's objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory. And this says, comes now Brian C. Koberger, Brian through his attorneys, hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's reply to state's objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment, and the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and stay out of proceedings pursuant to ICAR 32. Usually a period means you get a breath. Unfortunately, there was no period there. That was a whole paragraph without a period. So basically, they're going to seal the defendant.
I mean, I understand why they seal some things.
All
I
this
really do.
sealing shit.
But it's, I don't
Tired
know.
of it. Tired of it.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
I mean, I can see some things like evidentiary, but a lot of this stuff, I don't know. I think sometimes they don't want us to question or ask questions even. Sometimes I'm not really questioning if it's right or wrong. I'm just asking questions like, what's this about?
Well,
what does this mean?
It's like you bring up Long Island SK.
Mm-hmm. God, I love that case.
What do you have to question?
Yeah.
Like, we all saw the video where he was throwing the pizza box in the garbage and he got arrested, and we're like, whoa. Now, at that point, we could have been like, dang, what did he... Okay, we started seeing it. The PCA came out. We read it. We're like, whoa, this is nuts. People want to say that People want to say that the Exhibit A from Brett Payne is too much. Yo, have you looked at the Long Island SK's PCA? That's
and it is
too much.
Flawless.
That's
flawless.
Too much. It's too much. It's too much for...
It is.
I didn't even read some of it because I was like, yo, this is fucking nuts, dude.
I did read all of it because I've always been interested in that case, but
when I saw the shit with
skim.
the children, I was like, I couldn't. I skipped it. I'm like,
I skimmed that when it got into details about that kind of stuff. I would skim to the next page. It's like, but as far as presenting a case and a PCA that nails him to the ground, man, that PCA was flawless. It was amazing. And then I compare it to Idaho, to Delphi, and some of these other ones, and I'm like, what are y'all, monkeys writing with your toes? Do you look at how, New York does it. Everybody goes to school. You all have to pass the bar. Why can some people write a PCA and some people can't? Explain that.
How much time they have.
And how much evidence.
Right.
To see the evidence that they built against Huerman is phenomenal. Perfect.
And this is from like 10 years ago. This isn't something that just took place either. These are crimes that took place, and um, somebody's temple was in the fucking beach, yo. Like
Yeah,
for years, a decade.
over a decade. Yeah.
Like, yo, and for here, this shit just happened, and this is the shoddy,
Mm-hmm.
So it's not. We question because shit don't make sense.
Yeah.
What's up, SM?
Exactly.
It is a crazy world out there. All right. So those are the documents here. I'll share the links with you if you guys want them. So here's the first one, and it is the motion to seal defendant's reply to state objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory. There's that one, and then the next one is the order sealing the defendant's reply. So there's those links for you so you can have them for yourself. And we're going to get into a couple of these. I'm going to get right into this. But we got a bunch of stuff to get through tonight with you guys. We're going to discuss the book. We're going to be having CJ's Cliff Notes tomorrow when it comes to the final chapter. Shout out Aaliyah. Thank you so much for the contribution to the community, because it is to the community, because I'm able to share this final chapter with everybody, and we're just calling it my Cliff Notes. That way nobody gets in trouble. So I don't know if I can, since I'm only doing one chapter, I don't know if I can read it
I don't
without
know.
getting in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I figure I'd still I'd have myself trying to work out to get Andrew Myers on with me. And then if you would like to, Silky, I'm trying to get it to where we can all read a page and all give our impressions or opinions on the page that we just read. And then that's the Cliff Notes version of the final chapter. So we're not necessarily, putting it out there, but we're discussing it, because I think, there's a lot of people, a lot of content creators out there the last couple days that are like, man, what is in this book? What's, but nobody wants to donate to a scam.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know what? Let's just get it and let's just check it out, and let's just see. And even if I have to read it with a screen cover and whoever's with me can read it, and we can discuss each page, I think it'd be great, where we sit back, read a page, discuss it for a few minutes, and then everybody has a good idea, maybe not word for word, but has a good idea of what's being said. YouTube rules, I don't know. I was trying to look it up all day when it comes to the rules. So if anybody does have any ideas, let me know.
I've read those rules
I
a
don't
bunch
think
of
I
times
could,
too,
though.
and I don't get it all. I'm not sure if you can read a book.
I don't think I can. That's why I even called it Cliff Notes. Shout out community. That's why I was even approaching it that way, because I already thought that I wouldn't be able to do it. But you can't stop me from giving my opinion and my thoughts on it. So we can all read it, together, page at a time, and then discuss it and make a show out of it. Just the final chapter. It's about an hour read. So I think it would be like a 2.5 hour maybe show or something like that, maybe 3 hours, where it would take an hour to read, and then you'd get an hour and a half of commentary to go with it. Because you always got to add more time for commentary than content, because we all love to chit chat.
Yeah. Let me know what time. I have one show I've got to do tomorrow, but I'm off, so I can do it anytime.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, for sure. I'm waiting to see what Andrew's got available tomorrow, and I don't know what's going to happen with the work next door. From morning to morning, I don't know. Yesterday morning they didn't do anything, so I was able to get on and do a show. But this morning it was just too much. There was no way. So I'm not sure. I'm trying to do it. It'll be sometime tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. Plus, I got cable coming out again tomorrow. Oh, look at that, SM Silky looking pretty.
Aww, thank you. That makes me feel good because I've been rolling around the couch the last 2 days. I've been so sick, so I kind of feel like a fungus. So thank you.
A fungus. Hopefully, you're feeling better now too. I know you.
Only started this evening. Like, I was so sick when I was doing my 2 lives today. Like, oh my god. But right before I got on the show, I started feeling like, almost human, but I'm dehydrated, so there's that.
That sucks. No, they haven't even made it over to my property yet to do anything. I'm still. You think they would take care of the person that's still living? But no. Who fucking knows? I don't fucking know. I'm ready to hit the road because that's the whole thing that's been holding me up on this, because I've been planning to go get some new footage somewhere, a couple places, and I've been waiting to hit the fucking road for weeks here because I don't know what's going on with the damn. I've been waiting since before the new year turned to hit the road on these couple places, and I'm sitting here just waiting. I have no fucking clue what's going on. I reach out, I never hear. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Good night, typically unique. Thank you. I appreciate you hopping in, and hopefully you feel better too. All right, so let me switch to this. This is that Murder Metal Mayhem channel, and they're discussing the private driver stuff. And so I wanted to shout out to Murder Metal Mayhem. I wanted to check out a couple of these videos. I don't know if you've seen them or not. I haven't seen them yet because I just came across it a couple days ago. But I thought we would, since it's part of the topic tonight, I thought we would go ahead and there's a couple of them actually, and then something with the sheath too. But this was oh wait, more info. So there was another video I think saved right here. More. Which one's sooner? Hold on. 2 weeks ago. So there was one before that. Hold on. So 2 weeks ago. Hold on.
Just watched one. I can't remember which one it was. I've seen several of his. Really good information.
Let's see. More info. Let's see. Right here. This is the first one. Let me save this one. Shoot. We're going to check this one out first. I told him, I was like, anytime that he wants to hop on, let me know, because like this, who else was involved? There's different, all of these videos. As I was going through his channel today, I was like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff, the same stuff that we discuss when it comes to, different frat boy, different theories and stuff like that. So yeah, I was like, yeah, let's get together, let's hang out. So this is from 3 weeks ago. This is the first one. We're gonna check this out, and shout out to him. And like I said, we're gonna be hanging out soon. He seems like a cool guy. So I don't know if you've seen this yet, Silky or anybody else, but this will be my first time checking out this. Yeah, right, Susan? I just got to mute it because of the music.
Welcome back to Horns High Studios. I'm here with you for another episode of 666 Seconds of Murder. That means each episode is less than 666 seconds, or 11 minutes and 6 seconds. Well, as if the Idaho4 case wasn't bizarre enough, got another one for you tonight. I'd love to talk to you about this. You guys are super interested in this case, and I know I am as well. So let's get to it. And I'm sure you've heard some of this if you've been following the case like I have. what is the deal with the private driver? We hadn't heard very much about this guy. I mean, now his name has been, released to the public. Eric Gower, I think is how you say it. And he may very well have been the last person to see Kaylee and Maddie alive, because he is the one who drove them home from the grub truck. And so there's a lot of curiosity here in the true crime community, and rightfully so. But keep in mind, this video is just for entertainment purposes, my opinions, my speculation, not accusing anyone of anything. It's just my opinion, just throwing out some ideas just to generate some conversation. So keep that in mind. So we've heard a lot about this 29.
We always got to tell people this is speculation.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, or else we could get a court. Like slander, whatever.
These are just opinions. These are. It's like, come on, when you come to a YouTube show, you know what I mean? Just like any of these channels out here, hell, at least we tell more truth than mainstream media.
Absolutely. Well, because we're not being paid. I mean, these lovely people, contribute, but as far as I'm not getting paid for what I do. There's not even a price I could put on what I do, CJ, because like I do, when you say things, you open yourself up to threats and to violence. And, it takes a lot of guts to get up and speak what you believe is the truth, or you question the narrative. Like, there's a cost. There's a cost to that. It's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm not asking for anybody's, money. But what I'm saying is, we have to be so careful with what we say, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying in one of these other channels. Like, I've been saying we're the new news, and we are reporters. We gather information that we gather information, we prepare the information, and we present the information.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a reporter does, and we have to approach it the same way about truth and justice and honesty and respect. All of those. Just like a reporter would. It's just we didn't go to some kind of college to get some kind of communications degree and all these other things and have to do internships. No, we are fortunate to live in a day and age where we have the technology to just click a button and be able to do that. And,
and we think.
Learn. Yeah. It's all about this. Yeah.
Right. I mean, CJ, that's the thing. And I'm not saying there aren't great reporters out there. There certainly are great investigative journalists, but with degrees. But when somebody is paying you, you're going to lean, that's your paycheck. You're going to lean more towards what they're looking for, right? Unless they are paying you to just be honest, get me the facts. And that's usually not the case. So, what we do is nobody's paying us off. I definitely nobody's paying me off. So, I mean, that's the thing. We do investigation honestly. And sometimes there are things that rabbit holes I've gone down, and later I look back and I'm like, I don't think that's right. But I gave it a shot. Okay. I went and investigated that as far as I could, to the point of I don't think this is what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're doing what any of these people are doing. You're supposed to explore all possibilities and then eliminate the ones that don't fit.
Right.
And that's all we do.
Exactly.
Period. Yeah, this guy's got a great voice. I think he's got a great... I need to... If anybody knows how I can get to Spotify, please drop me some information or something, because I'd really love to just be able to be on Spotify and be able to do this stuff, just more freedom.
You know what I like about the way he does this, and I just don't see me doing this, but I need to. I love the way that he has it all written out there, what he's going to.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because, I'm like, I've got ADHD. So, I mean, it's like squirrel, and there I go. So this is so good. I'm like, I really need to do this to keep my mind on track. And then because you have people with great information and stuff in the comments, and then you go down, with them, you answer that question, and before you know it, you're somewhere else. And he's got a great format.
Yeah, and there's the link to the video. Definitely go show some love to it. And I don't want to cover him up. What I'll do is I'll blow the screen full, and then that way we don't cover him up or any of the words. So give me 1 second.
Yeah.
We're just gonna hang back here for a little bit while we watch this, just so you can see the words at the fullest. And then I'll have his tag at the bottom, and then we'll go ahead and play it from there just to check it out here. So this is go ahead and take a screenshot if you want. Let me drop this real quick. Go ahead and take a screenshot if you want, so you can have exactly what's typed up there. And then we're going to go ahead and play it as he gets through it. And if he does change the page, I'll pause it for you so you can get another screenshot, so you have exactly the text that's there. That way, if you can't see it, you have the ability to I'm sure he's going to read it all, though. So shout out to him. Let's check it out here.
So we've heard a lot about this 29-year-old rideshare driver, and it's come out again that his name is Eric Goer. He's a local who graduated from the University of Idaho in 2017. He currently works for them, as far as I know. He's got his PhD in education. So he's an educated guy. He claims that he dropped off Kaylee and Maddie just before 2 a.m. on the morning that the crimes happened. It's unclear, though, if he was paid or if he was doing this like as a favor, like a friend type thing. Not really sure. But it is odd that he's a little bit older than them and he's married. So I'm just wondering, what's a married guy with a PhD in education doing out at 2 a.m. with 2 drunk college girls in his vehicle? Very, very strange. Definitely.
Yeah, when we started going into that, saying, why is this dude, that we were saying the same thing, Silky, right? Why is this dude,
Yes.
he's married, and then we've come to find out you're not even getting paid, you're doing it for free. That even makes you go, whoa,
Yeah.
Especially, you should
Absolutely.
be at home. I don't know. It just don't make sense. I don't know.
No, I know.
If I'm newly married, my ass is at home with my wife. I ain't gonna go be around no fucking young girls. You out your damn mind.
Exactly.
I'm at home with my wife, yo. Period.
Yes, and that's exactly what I said when we talked about this. Like, as a wife, I would be like, "Oh hell no,
yeah,
no, you are not going out and driving college girls around."
And I'm. You know what? You are absolutely right, baby. I will have my ass at home. Period.
Yeah, that's the way it should go.
Yes.
Draws all kinds of questions, and rightfully so.
I get my ass home.
And
babe.
Did they catch him on any of those doorbell videos? I mean, you would think they did. If they got that white Elantra, they sure should have got him as well. And what did they glean from that? And oddly, they waited a week, and I believe he was the one that actually contacted police first to make them aware that he was the driver. So wouldn't that be your primary suspect? The person that could have possibly been the last one to see 2 of the victims alive. Definitely suspicious. Now, it's unclear if this whole rideshare thing was like a side gig, but it does seem very odd that a PhD working for the university would be out at all hours of the night providing taxi rides to drunk college kids. It just seems very strange. And you have to wonder, what were his real intentions? You know, was he trying to, you know, get with either of those two, and that's why maybe things went south? Don't know. Now, oddly, Eric Goer provided the police with a Taco Bell receipt, I've been told, for some food that he purchased there at 4 a.m. So the obvious question is, well, then what were you doing between 2 and 4 a.m.? Gee, that's awfully a convenient time for you to be available.
Right? And that's what we like. You're gonna, let me swing by Taco Bell real quick so I can get a receipt.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And like he just said, that receipt doesn't cover your ass from 2 to 4.
Yeah, and that is another ingredient for the cess cake.
It covers your ass for 4 minutes. That's about it. You know, maybe I don't know.
Exactly.
Sometimes Taco Bell takes a little long at 2 in the morning, but usually not, because they're not usually crazy busy unless it's right after a bar rush or something.
Mm-hmm.
Where did he park between the rides? That too?
Yeah. I mean, and it's still in the area. That's a small area.
And then his story changes from one report that he didn't even wait to see if the girls walked in because he was, there's robberies in that area. And I didn't want to, but then another report days later, you're talking about how your wife's so scared. And that's the reason why you started collecting tips.
Yeah, there's a lot of horse pucky here.
Horse pucky. I like that. Horse pucky. I like that. Horse pucky.
So what was he doing?
Horse pucky.
Again, did they get him on doorbell cams circling around? Or possibly parking there and going inside? Don't know. Another thing that's interesting is that the order that Xana placed or someone placed with her phone is what I think happened for DoorDash order for Taco Bell. So kind of interesting that his meal was Taco Bell and the DoorDash order was also Taco Bell. So maybe he had some...
What?
Yeah, wait.
Where did I... Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
The DoorDash was...
I thought it was Jack's. Wasn't it Jack's?
No, we don't know.
Oh, for some reason, I thought somebody said it was Jack's.
Because when you take a look at the picture, there's a bag with a coffee cup next to a Jack in the Box bag that's on the kitchen, and everybody assumed it was Jack in the Box. But if you look at the coffee, I'm a coffee drinker. If you look at the coffee is obviously a couple days old, the way it's separated in the coffee cup next to it. So I'm thinking the food was probably just as old as the coffee since they're sitting next to each other.
Could be.
Or right around there. But we never had any confirmation that the order was a Taco Bell order. This is interesting.
For Taco Bell. So, or someone...
Or oddly, Eric Grower, hold on, was doing the turns incident. Isn't it a coincidence that Xana's DoorDash order was Taco Bell? I don't remember hearing anybody.
Yeah.
Michigirl, Caddy, anybody? Do you, Katrina? Anybody remember there being a Taco Bell? I didn't remember.
Placed with her phone is what I think happened for DoorDash order for Taco Bell. So kind of interesting that his meal was Taco Bell and the DoorDash order was also Taco Bell. So maybe he had some Taco Bell on his mind that night. I'm not really sure. Just another one of those little weird coincidences with this case, you know?
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It was because I never heard a confirmation of the DoorDash. Okay. And didn't Xana's mom say she called her that they were ordering pizza? That was around midnight or something, supposedly. Yeah, for the driver, but no, he was saying about it says right here, isn't it a coincidence that Xana's DoorDash was Taco Bell? But that's just a rumor that was put out there in the beginning, just like the Jack in the Box. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that must be what I'm thinking of from early in the case. The stink bug is back, CJ, and he's on my screen. Oh my god! If you hear a scream, because see, I'm not afraid of bugs. I'll kill a bug, but I can't kill this one, and I'm just afraid he's gonna land on me, and I'm gonna like panic and slap him, and then like I won't be able to leave the house.
2 places. That's good. Jack in the Box. Talk about. I'll kill a bug.
I will kill a bug.
Hey, just go get some toilet paper. Just go get some toilet paper, wrap it up, flush it down the toilet. You'll be good. Just get
what
rid
if
of
he
that.
lets? Do you have to smash them for them to stink, or what if? Oh, okay.
Yeah. When you squish them, that's when it releases a certain scent for the other ones to come help.
Oh, okay. So
you,
if I just
you just get a tissue or something and like scoop it up in a piece of toilet paper, and then when you put it in the toilet, make sure it sinks all the way in the water so it doesn't come out of the toilet paper. and then flush it. And
how to get rid of that's the title of the video. How to get rid of a stink bug.
I mean, I'm
CJ
telling
and
you,
Silky.
I perfected it because I used to get them so much and it used to drive me nuts. And finally, I was like, I researched it. I really did. I researched it. And that's when I started doing what I was doing. And eventually, that was the last year I ever dealt with stink bugs. I haven't dealt with the stink bug since.
Oh my
gosh. And it's been 4 years now. For real.
Geez.
So try it out.
If I'm MIA, the animals are going crazy again because now he's flying around. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to catch the stink bug.
No, you're good. Try it out. Seriously, it'll work. It'll be the last year that you do the stink bugs, and then you might have a little bit next year, but it ain't gonna last long.
I don't know. It's 20 degrees. What is the stink bug even doing alive and walking around my room?
I know. They're looking for light in the summertime to stay warm. You know, I'm surprised they're alive in the winter.
Yeah, I'm not sharing my heat with stink bug.
No, it already cost enough.
Yes.
So okay, so there was just a rumor, Taco Bell Jack in the Box, but it is interesting though. You go get a Taco Bell receipt right after. Oh, 4 a.m. Oh, it was 4 a.m., not 2 a.m. 4 a.m. was the receipt. But I think the crimes took place before that, but that's just me.
But it is suspicious, first of all, that he's even got the receipt. I mean, who keeps receipts for fast food purchases? I mean, most people wouldn't.
I do.
So it does seem odd that he's got this receipt, but I'm not really sure if it does him any good. So it definitely makes you wonder. And, you know, could there be some sort of tie-in with him and the DoorDash driver? Don't really know. Another thing about Eric is that he's a very active person. He's hiking. There's pictures of him on Facebook in the outdoors. So he certainly would have been in the physical shape to potentially have done that crime. Just an aside, because he's definitely a fit guy. Did he work with someone else? You know, was it maybe, Brian Koberger? Certainly suspicious, and there is kind of a tie between those two, and I'm going to get to that. Did they check his DNA against that unknown male DNA they found in the house? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that.
Maybe it could have been unknown DNA that was on the bottom of that lady's boot. Just saying. Just saying.
Could have been. Jeez.
How in the hell did this guy's DNA get on my boot from Sam's Club? You know?
Exactly.
From Sam's Club.
Jeez.
Now, to muddy the waters even further, the Moscow PD cleared the driver very quickly, just like some of the others that we've talked about before. Really strange. And are we too jaded to suggest that one reason that he might have been quickly cleared is the fact that his wife works for the police department? I mean, seriously, you can't make this stuff up.
Nope.
His wife, Katie, is an
But he's a neighbor of BK, 1,200 feet away or whatever, but yet
Yeah.
only resided in Moscow. And
Yeah.
is from Idaho. He's from Idaho, not even from Washington.
Again, more horse bucky.
There we go, Lynn. Horse pucky.
Administrator at the police department
Horse pucky.
that's in charge of FOIA requests. That's Freedom of Information requests. So that's interesting. Could that be a reason he was cleared so quickly? It seems very suspicious to me. Now, the Moscow PD has caught a lot of flack from the true crime crowd about how this whole thing has been handled. And now this issue makes it even worse. It seems like there's no end to just the odd and strange things about this case. In addition to all of this, as if this wasn't weird enough, Brian Kohberger lived within like 1,500 feet of Eric and Katie Goer. So how strange is that? And he would tell the press that his wife was scared of Kohberger and that he was creepy when they ran into him. I mean, how weird is that? And
right, but you were totally fine. But before you said you didn't want to watch him walk in because you didn't even want to be around because you heard about people getting robbed in the area. And
Right.
Mackenzie, thanks for hopping in, and you bring up a good question. Why would he present a Taco Bell receipt for 4 a.m. when it was originally stated the crimes happened at 3 a.m.? When did he come forward with that?
Exactly.
It's a good question. It's a good question. And why, if it's not a business expense, right? If you're doing it as a volunteer. So it's not a business expense. So when it comes to a Taco Bell receipt, why would you keep a Taco Bell receipt? Because it's not going to be considered a business expense, even if you were going to keep it.
Right. You would have no reason. I was just looking up here at, I can't even pronounce this name. Or maybe. But said that Xana ordered the DoorDash. She ordered Jack in the Box, Girl Scout. What was that? Hold on. My screen just went out. Girl Scout, Adventurefuls, Caramel, Brownie Shake, Burger, and Fries.
What?
See, that doesn't... I've heard that. I've heard that. That's why I thought it was Jack in the Box. But, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, any of that stuff, it's all... Nothing has been confirmed. I could say it was, Chuck E. Cheese's leftover pizza, being delivered or something. It's not confirmed, so we don't really know when it comes to the contents or what was, unless there is. I haven't seen anything this whole time. Yeah, the time changes all the time for the time of the crime. Everybody's got a different opinion on it. The coroner changes, says different things depending on who she's talking to. You can't get no answers from any of these press conferences. Why is the university at every press conference when they have nothing to do with the investigation? Cough, cough. It's all sus, but I don't understand how you can say that you live 1,200 feet away and you don't even live or have never lived in Washington, period. You're from... Yeah, it's not verified, Pamela. There's nothing been out there. I would let you guys know if there was something verified. It could be anything, It's just like when we used to have all these shows in the spring and there's a whole bunch of people coming up with all these different theories and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I mean, not saying it can't happen or can't be true, but we could all be, especially with that stuff, if it's not confirmed.
Yeah. I don't know where I saw that. I can't, because early on I was covering Idaho, and that was something that I came across too. I don't know that I ever mentioned it, but I remember reading it. Now, I couldn't say whether it was verified or not, but it's just what I heard.
Oh, yeah. Let's see here. All right, let's get back to this here. Let's see. Now he's going to be getting into being a neighbor.
Could he have gotten Brian's DNA maybe from his doorknob if he knew where he lived and planted it on the sheath? I know it's a little far-fetched, but that touch DNA, I mean, it could have been transferred a million different ways. I'm just throwing that out there if they lived in close proximity to each other. And I would check out Nika's Neuro Nuggets. She's got a channel. It's interesting. I watch her videos pretty often. I'll link to that in the episode description. She's got a good one on this subject. That's kind of where I have heard some of the information I'm relaying to you. So definitely some suspicious things about this guy.
Yeah, I've checked out her channel before. She's discussing a lot of the stuff we've already discussed time and time again on here. So I've seen the shows. I'm trying to find different information, and normally it's all stuff that we've already covered already. So
another thing is he took the week off after the crimes and claimed that he was so distraught after what happened that he couldn't work. But then you have to wonder, did you have wounds on your body that maybe you didn't want somebody to see? Certainly suspicious. Was he trying to hide out and not want people to see a black eye or a cut on his face or hands or something like that? Don't know.
Right, and you don't even come out with the tip when you take the week off of work. You didn't even do the tip yet.
God, that's so sus.
You didn't even, and you claim that you didn't even really, quote, know who it was. But the other, next thing in another article, you're a family member. You're that close. So you take a week off of work because a couple girls that you take home quite frequently, I don't get it.
I kind of understand I kind of understand that it was a horrible crime and, you want to take a week off, but I don't understand the not reporting it. And because, it leaves you open to suspicion. You were the last person, that we know of to see the girls. And then he's absolutely right. As far as, were there wounds on him? Were there bruises? We'll never know.
And if you're that concerned where you're going to take a week off of work, don't you think you'd be that concerned to contact Ellie about you being the last person that could have possibly seen him? Because you knew how late you dropped them off, and you knew they were alive when you dropped them off, so you knew you were probably one of the last people to see him alive. So if you were concerned and affected so much to take a week off of work, why were you not contacting the local police departments that day?
Yeah, my hind end would have been straight up to that police station.
If you're affected that much.
Even if I wasn't, I'm not an idiot. I would be like, hey, these people were just unalived, and I was one of the last people to see them. I better go make a statement. If I'm innocent, that's the first thing I'm going to do is say, hey.
And who are they going to open the door for?
Exactly.
A private driver that they know, like family, right?
Yeah, they just saw him. So you think, this is all hypothetical, but, what if he did come back and say, hey, I found a purse, or did one of y'all drop your phone, a scarf, whatever. I found something. He could have made something up. Is this earring yours? Anything to say, hey, I found this, and I thought I'd just ask.
Well, and then you can easily explain your DNA being there. Yeah, I know the girls. I've been over there before. So yeah, my DNA is going to be in there because hell, I might have just been at the party for a couple minutes to say hi, while I was out giving rides before you even, the night
Right.
before they had a party. He could have came over for a few minutes just to say hi in between a couple rides. Hey, I just wanted to say hi. Hope y'all are doing good. How you guys doing tonight? Cool. All right, I gotta go. I got another ride to get. Yeah, that's why my DNA's in there. Then you're excluded, right?
Right. But they excluded him, as far as we know, without any of this information.
Not technically. They said that there was who we do not feel to believe to be involved list, even though they weren't technically cleared. Are we truly sure he was the private driver? Right. It does have a different spelling in that PCA where it does show the name.
It does, but there's not
you look it
there's
up.
not an error.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look at the name, it doesn't exist.
Right.
And you look at that PCA and there's clerical errors all over that motherfucker.
Yeah. And the fact that they identified who he was, driving for the school, that is what Eric Gower did do. So, you have to figure if Grower doesn't exist and this guy does and he fits the rest of it, then it's only natural to assume, that was him.
And why wouldn't Dylan recognize this person? Because the private driver probably just kicks it with Kaylee and Maddie. Since he's the one that drives both of them around all the time, you don't hear him talk about Ethan, and you don't hear him talking about Zaina. You don't hear him talking about just a little bit in an article where he didn't even know Ethan. In one article, he brings up Zaina for a minute, didn't even know Ethan.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you got, if you're this dude and you've had a crush and, you're unhappy at home and finally, oh my gosh, the girl that I've had a crush on this whole time, right? The girl that I've had this crush on this whole time is back tonight and I get to give a private ride? Oh, shit. Oh, wait, she's going to be going away the next day. Somebody could have had an obsession.
Could have, or there could have been other motives. Maybe
it's not the first time a private driver knocks somebody off. There's a new case in the news right now about a private driver knocking somebody off.
Right. Maybe he had some kind of beef. Maybe he had hit on her at one time and she rebuffed him. Kind of like
maybe that was the night. Maybe that was the night. Maybe that was the night that he was like, you know what, it's now or never, because when she goes away, you're probably like, fuck, man, I blew all of my chances.
Or what about this?
And then she comes back in and she's going. It's like, fuck, it's now or never. And then poof, you get shot down. Don't be silly. You have a wife and she's pregnant.
Yeah. Or what if CJ, he came back, just again, hypothetical. What if he came back in and they're very intoxicated? He goes upstairs. He doesn't expect to see Maddie and Kaylee together in the same bed. What if he goes up there and he's going to hit on one of them and he sees them both and they're both like, you freak, what are you doing here? What if they, said, what is wrong with you? Are you insane? And he just got angry.
Well, then I think the statements in the PCA would have been different. I think what took place, if you're going to include this is part of the incel, right? Where even if you're married, you could be an incel and have a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
And the like I said a second ago, all of a sudden, like the girl of your dreams that you've just been so nice to and has been flirty with, you think, we've heard about these dudes taking women's signals wrong all the time. Mm-hmm. And he could have thought, you know what? Maybe this chick really does dig me even though I have a wife. Because there's plenty of dudes out there that are trying to do that shit with their wives at home. Let's be real. So then she finally shows back up and it's been how long already since she's been gone, and you know she's going away. She finally shows back up. You know it's the very end, and as you're dropping them off, maybe the reason you didn't care to see if they walked in the damn door or not is because you were left at the moment when she started to open that door. It was now or never for you to say what you wanted to say this whole time, and you said it, and she played it off silly. She played it off silly and dismissed it, like I'm sure she was
Mhm.
used to with other guys, playing off
Mhm.
silly, dismissing it, and you probably took offense to it. You went to fucking Taco Bell so you could get a damn receipt. So what if you got your food at Taco Bell at 4 a.m.? According to LE, the crime didn't take place from until 4:04 until 4:25. You can't
Mhm.
tell me you can't get from one side to the other in a few minutes. Who says that timeline's even correct? Who says that you didn't go commit this crime and then go get a fucking Taco Bell receipt?
Yeah, exactly. There's so many possibilities, of what may have motivated him or what happened, in that moment. I mean, we'll never know unless he confesses.
And he's a volunteer. Think about this. You could easily explain this to your wife, everybody. You could be the one that's creeping out in the fucking back lot and tell your wife that you're doing ride shares, and guess what? You're doing it as a volunteer so your shit don't get tracked. She can't
Mm-hmm.
you can't say, "Hey, guess what, honey? Yeah, even though I was technically out there, I wasn't getting paid. So when you bring home a paycheck for doing a ride share, and your wife goes, "Why are we missing $100 on your check?" You can't sit there and go, "Oh, honey, sorry. Yeah, the night that I told you I was out giving ride shares, I really wasn't. That's why I didn't get paid." You don't get paid for it. There is no tracking for it. There is no
Right.
you're on the clock. It's you have the ability to take a ride share if you want to, and if you don't want to, you shut the program off. You could easily have an excuse to be in that back parking lot for your wife, for anybody, because you could say, "Oh, I
Mhm.
was giving rides," but really you were just
Right.
creeping in the back lot.
I mean,
It,
and what if this was something he did with other people? What if, he got lucky with several drunk college girls? We don't know. Maybe this was just a thing.
who says he wasn't the dude that was part of the group that was buying girls' meals and waiting there as a driver to pick them up so then he could start a conversation with them after he's given them a ride home from the grub truck, and then hit on them when he's dropping them off?
Exactly.
That could have been his easy way. Like, hey, they're intoxicated. Yeah, they look hot. Who says, hey, hey, I'm the one that bought your meal, and I'm sitting here waiting to give private rides. You guys want a free ride? Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Then you have
And
an opportunity to start a conversation.
and I've heard different. One place I heard that his wife was pregnant. Another place that I read said she had just had the baby. But either
No, she was
way,
pregnant. We showed the baby reveal, and it was a month before the crime took place.
okay,
The
okay,
baby reveal. Yeah.
that makes so much sense. And I mean, and as a mom and having gone through that whole pregnancy deal, like there are a lot of times for some couples that you know pregnancy is hard. Right? It's hard. You're sick a lot, whatever. What if their relationship wasn't so good? A lot of times it's a very trying time for couples because the wife is sick, like she's not thinking about anything, and the
They just
guy's
went
out
through
here.
COVID. They just went through COVID, being isolated for 2 years as a community and as a couple.
Mm-hmm.
That also, I mean, there was a lot of domestic stuff that was going on during those 2 years, a lot more than normal because
Yeah.
of the COVID shutdown. So you're exactly right. There could have been things uh, because nobody was used to that kind of isolation and having to be, I was around myself. There was other people that were around their wives or husbands or significant others, and they have their own experience when it comes to COVID, not being
Right.
able to be by yourself completely.
Right. And then, you add in, pregnancy for some women is not a time that you're feeling necessarily romantic. Okay. So if you, all these things combined, we don't know. Maybe he was having adventures on the side. I don't know. He might not have been. Again, theory. I don't want to accuse somebody, but it would not be unusual. Unfortunately, there are a lot of men who are pieces of crap who will do this when their wives are pregnant. And,
I'm just going to say, speaking from a guy that is about being about one person, as coming from a male, from my own perspective, it's already built in to the female's mind that the dude's gonna do it.
it could be.
That shows you how many dudes actually out there are about that shit, because dudes that aren't about that shit have to battle that shit from the beginning,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for a good guy. Now, in my experience, I have 3 kids. And, I can say this. During my first pregnancy, I was sick a lot. Like morning sickness up to 6.5 months. And it wasn't morning. It was all day. I just, it was bad.
That's a lot.
And I was married to a POS. And I am about 99% sure he cheated during that time. So, and women are feeling very unattractive because, your body's changing, you're sick, you're all these things, and you're tired all the time. You're not feeling like a goddess. Most of us aren't. And I mean, that can also play into, a good man, CJ, is going to, give his wife all the reassurance that she needs during that time. But I would say, in my experience, most men, not all, but most men often take this opportunity to be looking somewhere else.
Yeah, like it's unfortunate because, it should all be about honesty and peace and love and shit like that, but it's something that dudes that ain't about that have to battle it because of what most, just being honest, it's what a lot of,
as a female growing another human, it's a huge job. And your emotions and your thought patterns, like, you think, even if you're married to a great guy, in your head, you feel so emotional and unattractive that even if they're not a cheater, it goes through your head, and it's something that you may worry about because you know how you feel, and you probably imagine that you look worse than you do. But, this is something that, it just goes with it. It's a hard time. Pregnancy is a hard time on a couple. And so you go in there. That's why women think that, because your emotions are just running crazy. I mean, you think the craziest things.
Yeah, and it's different hormones for you too.
Yeah.
And that's why I said, like, whenever it's brought up about being out there, and it's like, yo, that's why I'm so loud when I'm like, yo, my ass would be at home, yo. Like, I ain't even, listen, nobody's, and this is how I've always approached it. Nobody's perfect. But what is perfect is not putting yourself in positions where you become imperfect.
Right.
And that's the key.
Right.
So you know what? I ain't even gonna be, if I'm not in a position, because I'm human, if I'm not in a position to fail, I ain't gonna fail. And
exactly.
That's how you gotta do it.
Absolutely. That's 100%, because I don't think a lot of people start, with the intention, I'm just going to go out here and cheat. You have issues, and then you are in a position that you should never have been in to start with. And then, whether you're male, female, and if you're weak and not determined in your head, like, no, this ain't going to happen. No way, no how. I'm very careful about who I'm around, even just because it looks bad. Even if I know I can trust that person 100% and I know nothing's going to happen, I don't want to be in a car riding around with a married man and then somebody in my small town see us and they're like, they're having an affair. I saw them in the car together and his wife wasn't there. Well, oh no. No, honey, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah,
You're
that's
not going to
small
see
town.
that.
Yeah, people talk for real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Minnesota, we actually went through all those a while back. Definitely very interesting. And yes, the Bat Shetty, Minnesota. The Bat Shetty is heavy. Like when you listen to what Edon said, yeah, that person had to be really strong. Think about it. Ain't no, I'm just going to say, Jack ain't showing up with a machete and completing it. You know what I'm saying? When you want to talk about something heavy, blunt, and sharp, look at a Bat Shetty. Heavy, blunt, and sharp. Blunt and sharp. Blunt and sharp. Remember those words. Blunt and sharp. Said the girls didn't say anything about what was going on that night when they were in the car. They were just excited to eat the... Yeah, he was kind of descriptive about what was happening in that car when it came to what they... And that they weren't talking about any boys either.
Yeah.
They weren't talking about any boys.
I mean, for someone who doesn't seem to, who acts like he wasn't paying that much attention, you know, he sure had a lot to say. They were just talking about their food, no boys, whatever. I'm like, you know, at that time of the morning, if you are literally just driving people because you're trying to help them keep safe and you have no interest in these people, you know, you're in your own head, you're listening to music, whatever, you're just like, okay, here's another ride, another one. Like, how do you remember all those details if you're not really paying attention?
With all the different people, if you're really given that many different rides, you create you create memories based off of investment.
Yes, absolutely.
How invested you are is how many memories you have. So you just have to look at it that way. Yes, everybody remembers different things, but think about it. If you're dropping, like she said, if you're dropping a whole bunch of people off, you're really going to remember all of those details. Why would you remember all those details? Because you wouldn't remember if it was Susie or Kaylee that said anything about it. If you were...
Yeah.
How could
and if you were sure? If you were concerned about your wife at home or whatever, you're just thinking, okay, you know, hopefully these people are about done. Maybe they're all gonna, I just want to go home. I want to go to bed. You know, my wife is there. I've left her. It just doesn't make sense. You know all this stuff, and yet, I don't know. It's sus. It's sus cake to me.
It is. It's all sus cake. Coming soon to a Silky Southern cafes.
Near you.
Yeah, them sus cakes. Not even near you. You just click on the email and you place an order and you don't get to choose what's in it. It's suspicious. All right, let's check out some more of this video here about the private driver. And there is a lot of other stuff too, so this isn't going to be the last night we talk about it. If you do have anything you do want to send regarding this topic or any other topics, I'll drop the destinations here in a second.
Now, a picture from Eric Goer's mom's house shows a white Dodge, which is the vehicle they believe that they picked up Maddie and Kaylee in, and a silver Elantra, which looks pretty similar to white in low lighting. So oddly similar to these other vehicles we've been talking about. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder for me. I definitely have my doubts about this, but it just makes you wonder. So what do you guys think? I'd love to hear the comments from you. You guys really give some good ones. And I'm hoping that you got some good ones for me this time. All right. Well,
all right. I'm going to go to the next one here. This is the second one. Let's see. Where did that go? From 2 weeks ago. This is more info. Oop. That's cool music. I need to get some creepy music also. I need to be working on some different music in the background.
Oh, I love this
Welcome to
music.
Horns High Studios. I'm here with you for another 666 seconds of murder. That's 666 seconds or less. That's 11 minutes and 6 seconds. So I don't have.
Wow, he's got a John Wayne Gacy clown.
Oh, wow. I just now saw that.
Isn't that neat?
I didn't notice that
Isn't that neat?
before. Wow. Yes.
Yeah, John Wayne. You guys see it? John Wayne Gacy in the top right? That's pretty neat. What's up, Moonvale?
Wow.
Ticket number 97. Yeah, let me let's see
wonder.
this. That's an interesting lamp too.
Yes, definitely. That looks like that lamp looks like it may have been modeled after the furniture of Ed Gein. You know who I'm talking about? You know, he made lamps, shades, and all kind of stuff out of skin.
That is pretty interesting. I wonder if he had that custom made. I'll need to ask him.
Yeah.
If that's because that I bet you. I don't know. That is interesting.
I have a lot of time. I got to get to it. And I'll tell you what, this is another Idaho4 discussion, but specifically about the private driver, Eric Goer. This one got quite a bit of buzz. And so I wanted to bring up some more stuff about him that I've learned. So important to mention, this is for entertainment purposes only. These are my own personal theories, ideas, conjecture, comments, speculation. I am not saying anyone is guilty. We are just having a conversation about a case that interests so many of us. And this particular guy has been quite the buzz here lately. So a recent episode that I did on him, definitely got a lot of views, a lot of people discussing it. There were other channels that were featuring my content on him. Now, if you're not familiar with him, he was the private driver that drove Maddie and Kaylee home from the grub truck that night. He was identified in the Pennsylvania PCA, not the Idaho one. He was redacted in the Idaho one, but he was noted in the Pennsylvania version, and they misspelled his name to Grower. Not sure if that was on purpose or what was the thought process there. But one thing that I mentioned in that video that was wrong, and I'll probably never live it down because every time I look at the comments, I just shake my head. I said incorrectly in my last video about this that the DoorDash order that was for Xana was.
Okay, we already know that. That's, we all make mistakes. Shit.
No, hey, I know I made a mistake here.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we all do.
I wanted to.
And that's cool. He shouted himself out.
Point that out.
Yeah.
Now, there are more things about him that I did want to discuss. I did see that there were some other channels that were reporting that Eric Goer was a lot older than the one that I reported on, which was 29 years old, PhD, who worked for the University of Idaho. And I am confident that I'm talking about the right one. I believe the other channels that said that he was a lot older are incorrect. Now, there are a lot of comments on my video that mentioned that he was likely providing rides to get some extra money, talking about that PhDs, have a big debt of all the schooling they've done and all this. I get that. But everything I've read about this, he did these rides for nothing. Okay. So that definitely makes him a little suspicious, especially being a married guy. I know a lot of you in the comments agreed with me there. Just not something for a married guy to be doing at all hours.
Yeah. And I'm going to go back to a time when I was a waiter at a restaurant when I was 21. I was a waiter at a restaurant when I was 21. when you're working for tips, because when I was a waiter, I was pretty much working for tips. And when you're working for tips, I flirted my ass off.
Of course.
I
Absolutely.
flirted my ass off.
Yes.
Like,
That's what you do if you want to make tips.
I'm just saying me. So yeah, when and you were the one that knew who drank how much, you know what I mean? So
Mhm.
like, so you would know, I flirted my ass off for those tips. And I'm telling you
Absolutely.
right now, like, if it's volunteer and you weren't getting paid, and hey, it's expensive as a PhD, you're doing it for tips. So
Yeah.
damn well he was having to be flirting his ass off for those tips.
Of course. I didn't realize
Shit.
that he was getting, yeah.
You guys, hey, you all, when I come up with my T-shirts and shit, think about the lines that I'd be using to be flirty back then. Come on now, that brain don't change. It's just the age. That's it. Yeah.
We need to get you one that says "Well, flirt for tips."
You think I come up with some good T-shirts? Shit, come on now. It's always been on it's always been on the fly. It's always.
I would have loved to see you back in the day. Oh man, that would have been so fun.
Nah, I was a different person back then. I was a cocky son of a bitch, Yeah. No,
Yeah, but
I grew
still.
up. I grew up. I grew up. There's a way to treat people. You know what I'm saying? There's a way to treat people.
Oh yeah. But still, it's fun. Even when I go out today and I see these young guys, cute little boy, I call them little boys. I don't know. They're somewhere between 18 and 22. To me, that's a little boy. But I see them and they're turning on the charm for me. Like, I know it's you want my money. I'm not stupid, but it's fun. It's fun, They give you the look and all this stuff. I'm like, you know what? Get my food here. That's fine. Yes. Do I tip better for people who are pleasant? And for me, that's female as well. It doesn't matter to me if you're male or female. If you are a good waiter or waitress and you're pleasant and you're talkative and you're helpful, you're going to get a good tip from me. You don't have to flirt.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice though,
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, back in the day.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like the way that we don't even have to have a topic, and I can sit down and have a conversation with somebody and always be the one. I was always the type where I would never get stuck with, and that's why I think that I was able to, have so many conversations with so many different people, is because even if they weren't able to carry a conversation 100%, I always was, no matter what.
Yeah.
So I could always keep that conversation with something new, something different, something to add to, so yeah, like when I was a waiter, I loved it because I could always have conversations with the patrons and always base the conversations off of the conversations that they wanted to have with me.
Right.
Because it was about them. So if
I was
they
the same
wanted
way.
to flirt, let's flirt. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Exactly. It's only disappointing if they don't leave a tip, but there's a fine line when you're there with a couple. You have to kind of flirt with the wife or the girlfriend too, not in a sexual way, but you know what I'm saying.
You got to keep it fresh. Yeah, you got to look like you are just as interested in her so they don't get the wrong impression. There's nothing worse, in my opinion, than a waitress being out with somebody with a waitress who flirts with the guy I'm out with. Oh man, that makes me mad. Oh, it does. It's like, come on. No. That's not. Yeah, that's disrespectful. No,
yes, it is.
That's why it's always based off of the customer. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's always based off the customer.
Yeah, but sure. Yeah, you got to work it. Got to work it if you want those tips. And
Hey,
I'm the same way.
Those were Good Friday and Saturday nights.
See, I didn't get good shifts, but in my defense, I was like 17 years old, and I worked at a Hojo's. I'm going to say this only once. I was a ho girl.
Oh shit! I wasn't like that.
No, I wasn't. Well, that's what they called us, because back in the day, people didn't really use that term. You were just, if you were a Hojo girl, you were a ho girl.
A Hojo girl.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Howard Johnson's.
Howard Johnson's.
Howard Johnson. So I was a ho girl only in that sense. Let me make it clear.
Yeah,
only in that sense. But yeah, I told that to a friend of mine one time, and she's like, she looked at me. I'm like, it was okay. Like, it was okay back then. That wasn't a bad thing. I didn't mean that.
I understand where she's coming from, because at first I was like, yo, I wasn't out there like, meeting people after work and shit, like it wasn't like that. So yeah, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm glad that you glad that you clarified.
Yes, had nothing to do with any relationship of any kind. But yeah, so I mean, I didn't get good shifts. They usually had me working the counter. But like you said, it was all about, can I keep a conversation? Can I keep the coffee, filled up in your cup? Can I, do you need directions? Whatever. I'm gonna be your server, because that is what I'm there to do. Because you want to make those tips. And so there you go. And I could probably talk to a tree stump, but you got to keep it popping, You just have to.
Yeah, you gotta. It's on the fly, always on the fly. But that's like with here, ticket number 99. Thank you, detective. Like with even with the conversations with YouTube, we could always talk about the same old things, but really I'd always try and have a continuation of a topic or a different topic every single time, no matter what it is, even if it is regarding the same crime. So it's always about making sure that there's always an interest in the conversation, and then also including the other people. Because how can you have a conversation? Who wants to have it with a tree stump when you can have it with another person? So
yeah,
that's the beautiful thing about it. You didn't have a champagne room? No, there was no champagne room. It was a bar and grill that I was a waiter at. So there's a lot of sports, a lot of music, a lot of memorabilia all over the place. On the walls, stuff like that. It was like a sports bar and grill that I worked at. It was a great time.
Hours of the night.
Hated it.
With drunk college girls in his truck. It just seems
no champagne
off. It doesn't seem right, but whatever. There were also commenters who mentioned some past Facebook posts by Eric, where he posted pictures of female hikers and made some sort of comment to the effect of Facebook makes it easy to stalk women or something to that effect. That's super creepy. I mean, that's just horrible. So coupled with the idea that he's giving these drunk girls rides home at all hours of the night for nothing, in my opinion, throws up a huge red flag here. I mean, not only red flags, but flares shot up into the sky over this.
Flares.
I heard on Nika's Neuro Nuggets about Eric's father living in Knox, Indiana. Apparently visits him very often, which is great.
And that's what you discussed when you were on, and we discussed this on the last show that we talked about this. You talked about how lives in Indiana and visits often. Great stuff, Silky.
But oddly, that's an hour's drive from Delphi, Indiana.
Right?
And if you're not familiar, that's the the
Silky
scene
said it too.
of another horrible true crime case with two young girls losing their lives in 2017. And it is just kind of an odd coincidence. I'm certainly not saying that he did that.
Right.
I'm just saying that that's just kind of odd. And by the way, I'd love to know what he was doing on those days there in February of 2017. Was he visiting or not? I don't know. Makes you wonder.
Both on the 13th.
There were
yes.
some comments about the fact that he knew Steve G.
Go ahead if you want to discuss more of that, because I know you brought that up the last time too.
Yeah, the 13th of the month. And look, again, I am not, let me make sure people know, I am not accusing. But some interesting things, because I did know this about Delphi, and I looked it up. I researched a lot of stuff because, that's what we do. And strangely enough, Eric Gower looks a lot. I mean, a lot like.
Talk to us, Silky.
Like the young bridge guy. If you look at that,
oh gosh! Gosh! I never even thought about that.
Yeah, I was like, "Holy crap!"
Because the two drawings they don't look like each other.
Exactly, and I looked at when I
what?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, it's a long shot. It's like a really, really long shot.
Do you have a side by side to show? Do you have a side by side? Anybody have an email or send me an email of a side by side? That would be crazy. Speaking of talking about that is, dude, we need to see a side by side because
I think
right now I'm just seeing him in sunglasses.
I sent you.
Where was he at? Was he in Indiana? Was it okay? Hold on. Was he even in Indiana when that crime took place?
Well, I mean, he lived with his dad. That's the thing.
Yeah.
His dad. Let me just crop this.
There's got to be.
His dad, and the thing of it is, going Delphi, but
was he part of the search?
Was he
part of the search? Is there a list of names who were involved with the search?
Yes, there is. There absolutely is. But
see if his name is on the list.
You know what? Hopefully he didn't put it on there. I mean, I don't know. There's no proof that he was there during that time. No. But at the same time, the 13th is such a weird coincidence. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking for. Hold on, I'll send you. Give me just a minute while we're listening to this, and I'll send you a side by side. Let me pick one real quick, okay? And I'll send it to you.
Yeah, and think about this too, Silky. If he was from out of town and he showed up and he was around and he committed that crime, don't you think he would be part of the research? So then if there was some DNA that was left behind, he could say, yo, I was at the search party. That's why my DNA was there. Don't you think he would show up at that search party then? Not saying, but you're making my brain kind of.
I know. When I came across this, I was like, holy crap. Because look, there's so much with that bridge guy, I can't even. But what I will say is this guy, the thing about young bridge guy, let me find a good photo of it. Young bridge guy and those two photos, which, in 2019, they said they changed from old bridge guy, and they said, yeah, we're not really looking for him anymore. This is the guy. But then they arrested Richard Allen and said, oh, no, this is your guy, whatever. Like, it's so crazy. But
yeah, he told the poor families that this was the day.
Yeah, well, I think,
and it wasn't. It wasn't.
No, it was not the day. But when I show you this, what's crazy about Eric Gower and Young Bridge Guy is that they both have a very long chin. And when I get this picture together, give me just a second, I'll show you. It is crazy how much they do look alike. I mean, I have to say.
I never thought about it until you just mentioned it a minute ago. That's why I'm like, you know what? I got to see a side by side. And then if you're there from out of town, I would imagine it's a 50-50 shot. You would have showed up for the search to explain away your DNA being there.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see. This side by side is not catching all of it. It's not really a side. This is a... Okay, this is the best I can do in a quick hurry.
Yeah.
But let me send this to your email.
All right. And if anybody else wants to send any, go ahead. Because we can look at those too.
Well, I can't get it to do anything. Let's see. This is going to be like top and bottom. I don't know. I didn't get this stupid thing to be exactly right. But here we go.
Fine. You're fine.
Maybe you'll be able to see it.
It's better than what I got, which is nothing.
Yeah, it was really crazy to me. I mean, like I said, all right, I just sent it. Like I said, it's a long shot, but when you start looking at the picture and then you start looking at the date, it's like, ooh, I don't know.
Hold on, I gotta do. Okay, I'm gonna open it twice so I can do side by side. Hold on. All right, let's see. Click here. Now I'll zoom into the reel. Okay, so that's as far as I can go on that one.
See, I was trying to get his chin in there so you could really see how much they look alike.
Okay, so here's this one. And let me... Is this going to...
See how long his face is?
All right, so here's that one. Hold on. Let me get the hair. So there's the hairline.
And see, the witness, Betsy Blair, said that he had poofy hair. You see? Look at the long chin and the poofy hair. Which Richard Allen does not have poofy hair.
I'm going to zoom it in so we're not going to see the hairline. Look at the nose too. The lips, the eyebrows. Yeah, I need to do a side-by-side on it so we can have both of them up at the same time. I'm gonna edit this real quick, and I'm gonna play the rest of this video here. And I'm gonna edit this photo real quick, and we'll get a side-by-side. And we'll look.
Let me see if I've got a better picture of Eric. I might.
Katrina, down a rabbit hole I go. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. If you're not subscribed, please hit the subscribe. You'll see it glow there at the bottom under the video. Really neat. And they added some new emojis on YouTube that'll show up on StreamYard, so you can drop some of those too. All right, let's we'll get this thing edited and we'll check out the rest of what he's saying here.
He from working at the University of Idaho. He was a family friend. This would not be the first time that a family friend has done something awful to somebody in the family. I mean, it's terrible, but it happens. So I wouldn't say that really means a whole lot to me. To me, it almost makes him more suspicious because he would have known about Kaylee and Maddie. Maddie was basically a fixture over there at their house. So was he obsessed with these girls? Makes you wonder. Don't know. Okay. family friend, would have definitely known them. And saying that he also said he was friendly with the girls, talked about that he knew Xana. He'd obviously given these girls rides before. Had he ever been in the house? I don't know. But it just makes you wonder. I also saw an interesting episode on the Get a Clue channel where he mentioned and showed parts of my Eric Goer video. I mentioned that in another video of mine. He shared some video from Linda Lane. Now, not the one that most people have seen. This was the 1330 Linda Lane footage. And he points out where he believes Eric's truck is dropping the girls off at 1:56 a.m., which is what he told the police. But in his version of the story, he just dropped them off. He didn't even pull in the lot,
Right.
because he didn't want to be robbed.
Right.
He said that that put him in danger.
Right.
I sent you another picture, CJ.
And let him off.
Thank you.
And he didn't even see them go in the house. Now, I got two issues with that. Isn't that what he was claiming his entire purpose was of giving these girls a ride, was to make sure they got home safe? I mean, what man lets two girls drunk walk to their house and not make sure they go inside and that they're safe? I mean, that just seems odd. So was he that comfortable with the neighborhood, or was it dangerous where he didn't want to pull in and be robbed? Which one was it?
Yeah,
because you can't have it both ways. That story just seems strange to me. And then Get a Clue shows the video of the truck leaving the site several minutes later. So not just a minute later, which might jive with his story of just dropping them off and leaving, but several minutes later. So what was he doing during those several minutes? We just don't know. But I doubt the police did a whole lot to clear this guy, given the fact that his wife worked for the police department. I mean, this just stinks. I mean, it really does. So many of us are suspicious of everything about this case, and these things just stack up. I mean, it's unbelievable how much of this crap there is with this case. But I think we're going to probably be back here talking about Eric Goer at some point, because I just don't know about this guy. And I know a lot of you feel the same way. So I don't know. It makes you wonder. So as always, leave your comments. Love to hear what you guys have to say about it, but keep it civil, and we'll see you guys next time.
All right, sorry, I was in the middle of an edit here. I'm just about to get all of them put together. Definitely brings up some interesting things, and we're going to go to the next video on it too, and then I'm going to have the side by side. Thank you for that other picture. I appreciate it, Silky. And yeah, we're going to and I thought he had a Mustang, not a truck. He has a truck. He has a truck. Yeah, if you don't, you can send me any information to these links right here, and we'll check it out. We're going to check out this last video here about Eric, and this one was, let me see, 2 weeks ago. And this one right here from 4 days ago. And again, here's the link to this video, and I'll drop the link to the channel in chat again. And then we're going to show that picture here too. So here's the link to the video. Let me pull up. And then here's the link to the channel. We're going to be collabing soon. I can't wait. This dude's pretty cool. And I like how he's exploring these different angles too. So he's got a lot of different things as well. I'm a new sub. I just started looking through it.
Yeah, me too.
Today, so I was like, wow, this could be some interesting things to check out. So definitely excited, and thank you to the community for suggesting the videos. Without you guys, who knows? So thank you again for that. All right, here it is. This is the third one here. I'm gonna mute that there.
Welcome once again to Horns High Studios for another episode of 666 Seconds of Murder. That means each one of these videos is 666 seconds or less. That's 11 minutes and 6 seconds. So don't got a lot of time. Let's get started. I'm going to share this presentation with you. Talking Idaho4 again. And you guys asked for it, and here is another one. Wait, but there's more. More on Eric Gower, the private driver. But before we get started, it's important to remind you, this video is for entertainment purposes only. These are my opinions, pure speculation. If it's a fact, I'll point it out, but a lot of this is speculation. So I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything. I'm not saying anybody's guilty. Everything here is allegedly. Okay, so let's get going. Now, I've done 2 other videos on Eric Gower, the person that we believe is the private driver. This would be potentially the last person to have seen Kaylee and Maddie alive that night when he dropped them off at King Road. And many of you in the comments have expressed your concerns with this guy, with the story that came out in the interview that he did with the media, after the incident happened. And you guys spoke and I listened. So here's your 3rd video on him. That more to talk about. It's suspicious that it took him 6 days to report to the police that he was the driver. Also curious that his wife is an employee of the Moscow Police Department in their administration office dealing with Freedom of Information requests. And Eric actually played Santa Claus and is very friendly with the people on this police department. So all very, very interesting tidbits and part of this story. The fact that he lives so close to Brian Kohberger, according to him, 1,200 feet away, and he is allegedly the one that actually gave the Elantra information and told them about Brian Kohberger, tipped them off about him. A person that
collected 13 to 14 vehicles in a 3-day period and then turned them in because his wife was nervous, is what he later stated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Injects themselves into an event.
Sorry, go ahead.
But that 1,200 feet, you last time we did this on the private driver, you completely busted that because first of all, his address, according to Intellius, his address was never in Pullman, and there's nothing over there by. How you have a Moscow address, but you're saying you're 1,200 feet from Kohberger? That's a bunch of horse pucky.
I kind of went overboard with it. Showing the whole zone of 1,200 feet, but it had to be shown. Come on, people. This is 1,200 feet. Here's the inside zone. You got the outside zone.
Mm-hmm.
I loved using that Google Earth, man. That's really cool. I'm gonna start using that when I discuss.
But
things.
you completely debunked it. He could not have been and not had a Pullman address.
No, there's no way. Well, in the information from everybody that showed that he didn't have an address anytime in Washington, period.
Right. You can look him up and see that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering what vehicle was used for that night for sure. What vehicle was he using that night for sure?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to know.
Investigation is always a suspect. And then couple that with the last person to see 2 of the victims alive. Certainly very, very curious. Recent videos have come out. I saw one that said that Eric was not the driver, that apparently this other creator believes it's Emma Bailey. And that somebody actually posed as Eric Gower in that media interview. I find that very hard to believe, but again, we're speculating here. We don't know. I have seen content creators doing videos on Eric, but not a lot. The one that I consistently see bringing him up is Nika's Neuro Nuggets. I really like her channel, and so that's where I first heard about it. Some of my commenters have let me know that Bubbly Waters, that channel, did a video on Eric and his Pinterest page. And I'll link to that video in the episode description. And I realize that Bubbly Waters may not be everybody's cup of tea, but it was an interesting video. So if you're interested, go ahead and check it out. Now, I'm not an advocate against U.S. citizens having the right to bear arms. I am a U.S. Army veteran. I've mentioned this to you guys before. I fired all kinds of weapons. I drove a tank. I exploded ordnance. So, despite all that personal experience with that stuff, his Pinterest page made me cringe. I mean, as far as I know, the page was made well before anybody knew who he was in association to this case. And, he was redacted in the PCA that went to Pennsylvania, but in the Idaho version, his name was redacted in the Idaho version, but not in the Pennsylvania version. But in the Pennsylvania PCA, they misspelled his name as Grower. But he's the one that gave the interview to the media. So his page had a bunch of horrific weapons, like the one that's shown here. This is called a batchety.
Yeah, and we showed all those, and there's a lot, stars and knives and then the batchety. Yeah, the batchety. That thing. When you need anchor bolts going up and down that thing, that thing is dirty, because there was like 3 or 4 anchor bolts to make sure that thing was locked into that bat. So, yeah, definitely interesting.
Which is, as you can see, a baseball bat with a machete blade attached to it. I mean, that is about as frightening as it gets. And there are dozens and dozens of things like this on his Pinterest page. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. And in light of what happened, I mean, it is very strange. And I doubt that it's still on there. I would guess that page is not there anymore, but I really don't know. Now, I'm not saying that just because somebody likes weapons like this, has an interest in that sort of thing, is capable of doing what happened on King Road. All I'm saying is that when you add up all of these odd things about Eric Gower, the batchety isn't helping matters at all. I mean, that weapon, absolutely horror show stuff. And since we believe at least one of the weapons was used was something like a machete or a hatchet or an axe or something like that, this weapon fits the bill. I mean, this is straight out of some zombie apocalypse type stuff.
I totally agree. The batchety, that's why I keep saying 2 words: sharp and blunt. Sharp and blunt. And how is nobody gonna hear a frickin' scream when you're already waking up to something happening, and all of a sudden you are not able to? Because how long does it take to swing a bat 2 times?
What's horrifying about that batchety is in Delphi, Libby was, according to the defense, Libby was almost completely decapitated by something. And I'm like, wow, that is, I mean, we don't know what kind of weapon it was. Of course, we don't have any information on Delphi. Everything's sealed, but that certainly looks like it could do a fine job for it, whether it was him or somebody else. That batchety is absolutely horrifying.
Yeah.
By the way, CJ, I sent you 2 more pictures that not for comparison, but they are from his Facebook account, and yeah, I find them disturbing. You might want to just look at them.
Okay. A few staples, some rub.
Yeah, it was a mask, I think, that he and maybe a friend were wearing. But interestingly enough, masks come up in Delphi.
Whoa.
Yeah. I hate clowns. I hate them.
How
But
do
yeah,
you
that's
how do you listen to this, people? How do you not leave your DNA and have any kind of blood on you? You wear a fucking suit like this while you're committing the damn crime. Do you think you're gonna have any blood on you if you commit the crime in a suit like that?
good point.
You know
And,
why nobody's gonna know how you left? Because how much blood is even gonna collect by your feet when you're wearing a suit like that? There's gonna be like a half a foot diameter, or a foot diameter around your foot that is like not even gonna have any kind of blood going anywhere. So the only kind of tracks you're gonna leave are gonna be tracks of the blood that you step on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just, I find it interesting. It doesn't prove anything, but it certainly, because this picture was, what does it say, 2012. Now, Delphi was in 2017, which was 5 years later, and then Idaho on the same date in 2022. I'm just, I'm like, you could perfect an outfit in all those years.
Well, and I'm not even saying him. I'm saying
Yeah.
whoever committed this crime.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever committed this crime, you have something like that? To me, that's how you fucking walk through a crime scene, don't have nothing on you.
Very, very possible. Yeah.
Oh, Caddy. Oh my gosh. Caddy. Shout out Caddy.
What did she say? I missed it.
No, she sent this.
Oh, what is that? Who is that?
That's the person you just gave me a picture of.
Oh.
Wearing the same freaking mask.
In a car. Oh, that's horrifying.
That's the same freaking mask.
Jeez Louise. No, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people get into
right, Miss
horror, but still,
right.
Like, oh.
I'm not even saying him. I'm just saying period. Somebody walking in that, fuck the Dickie suit.
Yeah.
Fuck the, it's not a Dickie suit, it's a ghillie suit, y'all. That's the suit. That's the suit. Like, all this time we're like, how does this happen? A ghillie fucking suit. What's the perfect way to be blended into fucking trees behind you than a ghillie suit?
But okay, now think about this, CJ. Not only wearing that, but imagine that you used it as a, quote, costume. Okay, just like he's doing. And you say, hey, I'm part of, because look, it's November. It's just past Halloween. Like, what if there was blood on it, but you're like, hey, yeah, it's laying back there. That was my costume for Halloween. You could explain blood on something like that with that mask easier.
A couple weeks
you can
after
explain
Halloween, that's why it's still in your trunk, yo. And then, like I said, You go to where I went in the back lot
Mm-hmm.
with how
And even
dark
if
it is, and you have a ghillie suit, yo?
Yeah, and I mean, if the police found it or questioned it, you could say, "Yeah, it was my Halloween costume. I'm just hadn't taken it out yet." They wouldn't even test it. It would make sense. They wouldn't even second guess it. Is that stage blood or is that the real thing?
In a
It's a possibility.
freaking ghillie suit. You're chilling back here
Mm-hmm. Nobody
in
would
the
ever see you.
dark in a fucking ghillie suit, and then you're looking like this when you're walking in. Who in the hell? How in the hell? It's not a Dickie suit. Y'all need to find the receipt for the ghillie suit.
Mm.
The ghillie suit, which could have been a fucking Halloween costume in your trunk.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And
how
nobody's gonna
easy is
question.
it? Think about this. The person that left the crime, how easy is it? Replace that mask with the frickin' mask that just shows your eyes and that's
Mm-hmm.
it. Right?
Yeah.
And then how
Right.
easy is it to take that fucking ghillie suit and put it in a bag before you walk out and have all of that crime scene contamination in one fucking place? Because all you do at that point is you basically are washing your hands and your
Mm-hmm.
face.
So, of course, the house doesn't exist anymore. But, if they had looked for fibers from something like that,
They didn't
because
search that back lot too hard at all.
and you
No.
can see where somebody would blend in with the trees. Nobody would ever see you.
No.
Wow.
No. When this is another one when it comes to me driving up there in the nighttime. Here's this one. So I'm going to show you, like, this is with my headlights on. All right, I just parked at the Linda Lane spot real quick. And I do, if you're just joining the show, I do have footage videos in past lives and regular videos in the video section of not all the footage, but very key parts of it. Where's the A&W? I always run into it when I show this, don't I? So that person just came home. So their headlights are shining on the trees. My headlights are shining forward. Look at the difference when both of the headlights would be shut off. That's why I show this picture.
Yeah.
Because that's with no headlights on. Now, when it comes to, yeah, there's bulbs that were on. There's bulbs that were on at the back of the property, potentially. But guess what? Watch how far light travels back here when I have my headlights on and I'm parked behind the tree that you see right here in the daytime. Watch. The light does not travel. I'm literally, look at how close I am behind the house, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you think my headlights would be shining on that house.
But it doesn't.
It don't.
Wow.
Just give me a second until because it's a long video, I can only see if I can. 43, 110. Oops, too far. There. Do you see the house anywhere?
Mm-mm.
My headlights are on. You see that we're this close to the house.
Wow.
I'm parked over one spot to the left because the other vehicle parked in this spot that I'm parked here now. I'm parked one spot over because you can see that bush in front of me, and you're telling me in front of that bush none of that house illuminates when I'm parked back here with my headlights on. So any of those lights that were on the back of the property hanging off the third floor balcony, you're not seeing nothing. You're not seeing nothing when there is no headlights. And then when you get out, and I'm going to tell you, nobody's going to think you're suspicious if you're a different. I was a vehicle that they had never seen, and I was there for 7 days, and they never made any kind of suspicious activity or actions towards me. So I'm going to, if I was able to sit back there with my computer and do prep work in between different trips for different parts of footage that I was getting, and nobody thought that that was suspicious at nighttime, guess what? Nobody's going to think anybody's suspicious back here, sitting back here, putting on a ghillie suit, and then you're just walking down a couple steps and you're chilling in some bushes with a ghillie and a black mask on. Ain't nobody going to see you, and you're going to be able to see everything going on in both sliding glass doors and the 2 windows on the side of the property. Because how many times did they have curtains or shades shut?
You would think after what happened last year that they would be suspicious. I mean, if I lived in the neighborhood and something like that happened, I would be looking at every weird car that I did not recognize. So, I mean, that's mind blowing to me.
It's just, that's why I came, the incel Queen Road theory,
Mm-hmm.
you're just coming back here to park here from coming back home or whatever.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, one day you're sitting back there and you're chilling back there, and one night you're chilling back there and you're upset because you see all this fun taking place on the balcony and through the windows and on the patio with the couch. You had no choice but to watch it because that's where you parked, because you lived right next door. Right over here to the right. All you were doing was just driving home to go home. You didn't have a choice. You had to see all the people having fun.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Stalker's Haven.
Mm-hmm.
Damn straight. That's when the first night that I showed up and I went back there and parked, I was like, yo. And then you add the fact that I had a computer screen in a dark vehicle, sometimes headlights on, sometimes not, most of the time not, in a vehicle, no tinted windows, a computer screen illuminating on my face, sitting in a vehicle, strange vehicle that doesn't live there, Washington state plates, not even Idaho, and nobody, they would just come home or get in their car and take off or walk up to their apartment. Nobody looked at me, stared at me, nothing. Because I was always aware. I wanted to make sure, if anybody feels I'm suspicious, I'm just going to get the fuck out of here for the time being. I was trying to be respectful. Right. So I was peeping. I was like, okay, what the hell? All right, let's see. What do we got going? And not one of them. And beautiful people to just automatically not even think that. But anybody could have sat back there and done the same thing that had ill wishes.
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't believe they don't look at everybody sus now. That's crazy. That's just crazy to me.
Mm-hmm. You got a front row seat to all 4 areas. So you would know exactly what's going on, who went to sleep, how long they've been sitting in there. You could have said, you know what, I'm gonna wait a half an hour. I'm gonna wait an hour. And then when I tell you how easy it is to take any of those bricks, that landscaping wall next to the back part of the third floor deck, and you can literally pull yourself up there.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Shit. Kaylee wasn't there, right? Who says somebody at the party the night before didn't go up and unlock that sliding glass door? And then when Kaylee came back, she just automatically thought it was locked because it was, right?
Yeah, quite possible, for sure.
Maybe somebody at the party came by and unlocked the door. I would assume it was an off-limit room, because to me it looked like it was still her room, even though her parents said she was moving out. But we've kind of discussed maybe other reasons why the room would look like somebody still stayed there, and it was because they didn't want to upset somebody else that they really were leaving. So
Yeah.
When it comes to that, I could see that being an off-limits room, and maybe somebody at a party snuck up there and freaking got in there and made, okay, I'm unlocking the screen door, lock the room behind, and then knew the door was going to be unlocked the next night. Jumped up that third floor patio and didn't have to have a sign of broken entry or anything like that.
Jeez.
Let's see here. Let me go back to this video.
All these reasons are why I think they jumped the gun too fast. They just wanted somebody. They wanted somebody because because of enrollment and fear in the town, and everything.
Enrollment. And I'm starting to think now that the reason that the university had so much control, and I think there's a reason why the president and even the dean of students was at these interviews for the updates, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a show of power, okay? Now, when they have power, they have influence, and some people are dumb and they make mistakes and they show it off, right? And I think that's what took place with Mr. Green. Because I feel like the reason that because if you think about it, they knew the information, you hear the reports, they were supplying the PD with information initially when it came to who was who and all this other stuff and what was going on at the, they were the ones that had the vandal alert before PD even came and showed up. So the reason I'm starting to think, and even with the Exhibit A from Brett Payne, what we said was a PCA, I think those statements honestly came from a professional from the university, because I don't think they were talking to anybody and they had to talk to somebody. And I bet you there was a team, because there was a whole headquarters set up at the administrative building at the university. And I think that there was a team that was set up and a special team set up to talk to the students that were outside and the students that they're the surviving roommates. And I'm starting to think that's where the information was coming from, so then they could supply it to the LE, and the LE knew that they weren't going to talk to them. Hey, we're going to chill back and let the people that they are going to talk to give us the information, and we're going to include them in the investigation because we have to, because that's where we're getting our information. And I'm starting to wonder if the statements that were put in the exhibit from Brett Payne were statements from some of those individuals that were part of that team from the university that was able to get those students to talk, because they had to talk to somebody. You can't just have that kind of crime, and you have to talk to somebody. And who's the best people to talk to you? The people that work at the university that you already have a relationship with, that you've probably already talked to them about issues before in the past, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think some of those statements, because when you look at frozen shock phase, it's like what True Crime Overtime with Rosie said. Those words come from a medical professional. Brett Payne is not a medical professional. Neither is Dylan Mortensen, who is somebody from the university that specializes in talking to students and parents. That's who is.
Yeah. Yeah, I must have, that seems familiar. I must have watched that or heard that from somewhere. Maybe it was from you. I don't know. But yeah, absolutely. I didn't think about that till somebody brought that to my attention, and I was like, yeah, that is kind of weird.
I came across it from True Crime with Rosie. Shout out to her. I'm not a medical professional, so I don't know. I didn't. Does that sound like a? Is that like a meta? Like, would you ever use that term, frozen shock phase, in your profession? Like, has there ever been like?
I mean, I'm kind of unfamiliar with that term. I mean, I understand exactly what it means, but it sounds more like a psychology term to me rather than.
Yeah, like a counselor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Trauma interview. That too. But remember, they were saying, Shonda, that think about this though. Right. Number one, we don't know when those interviews taken place, because I've always said from the beginning that any of those statements in the PCA could have been the third time they were interviewed weeks later. It never says that those words were spoken on the first interview. So, but the way that I look at it, right, is say they were statements from the beginning. You're going to think that some of those statements are going to be from the beginning because they're describing the bushy eyebrows and things like that, okay?
Right.
The physical figure. So I'm looking at it as it was something that was said in the beginning. And when I take what True Crime Rosie was talking about it being it's a professional term when it comes like counseling. So then we already know that there was a headquarters set up at the university before LE was even at the scene. We know that the university had a shelter in place, right? Before LE showed up at the scene. I'm pretty damn sure the university's IT department was scanning through all of the fucking data that they own in order to see what was really going on. And I bet you they were already in some of the team they had set up already. I bet you they were already talking to people that were already there. And I bet that's why the LE could never confirm how many students were actually there when they showed up, because I bet some of them went to go talk to some of those team members as well. Because you got to remember, think about it. ISP was at the scene before MPD was, and it only takes a couple days for MPD or a couple of minutes for MPD to show up at a property.
Right. Right.
ISP was already there. So, and they didn't show up until 4 hours later. So to tell me that those students that were there before LE showed up, to tell me they didn't go back because they didn't know that there was a shelter in place unless they looked at their phone. And if there was a shelter in place, the last thing they want to do is go back to campus, because then they can't leave. So they literally could have went back. They could have been reached out. Hey, we know, hey, we know you're out there. Do us a favor. You come talk to us. Sit down. We understand. You know what I mean? They had that team already set up. I bet you those statements could have came from one of those trauma team members. And maybe they are claiming it's part of LE, but I don't think so. I think they were part of the university that was allowed to be part of the team because they were the only ones getting the information from the students, and they had no choice. But think about it. You got a shit bass player in your band, right?
Mhm.
We're just allowing you to be in it because, there's we don't
Nobody
we're not
else.
we're not getting any bass player,
Yeah, right.
you know
Hmm. Exactly.
you
Yeah.
compromise.
You're right though. That the more I think about it, that term does sound more like a counselor. Um, I'm not saying medical would never use it, but it is much more of a counseling term than it is a medical term. So, uh, yeah, very, very sus.
Definitely. Especially even, because we've all been wondering the clad in black thing too, and that's another one.
Yeah,
Oh gosh, what a crazy episode tonight.
I
Thank you so
know,
much.
right?
We're going to finish this little one up, the rest of it here, and then go ahead and end the evening. I will be back tomorrow. It is Friday. I'm not sure again about the morning because really it's up to whatever the hell's being done over there or not done. Fingers crossed that they don't even show up tomorrow because it's Friday and it's cold. I don't know. Fingers crossed because I miss you guys in the morning. But I can't do a show when the whole thing is like my whole desk is shaking. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Ugh,
Wow.
it's so annoying. But anyway, so hopefully I'll be there tomorrow, but we're gonna do the cliff notes at some point. So I apologize, Silky, if it is a last minute notice when it comes to when I'm gonna be doing it. But it'll always be there for replay. It's not gonna be a members only, it's gonna be an everybody video, so it's not gonna be anything like that. But I am gonna be back more this weekend. Do you know when you're doing a show tomorrow about the MK Ultra stuff?
Uh, no, I kind of wanted to do it in the evening, but then I thought, I don't know. I really don't. I want to get a few more. I have a great, I have a great contact, and she's really going through it. She is an MK Ultra survivor, and she gave me full permission to say anything I wanted to, and so I want to get it together in my head. You know what I'm saying? Because some of this information dropped on me today. And so with everything else that's been going on in Delphi and then, this, I don't know. It's not going to be early. I know that. It'll either be in the later afternoon or evening, but I can try to work around you too. Because this is the last day I'm going to have. I work this weekend, so it's going to be next week before I can do another live. So, yeah, let me know. I'll try to work around it.
Well, and if not, what we can do is I'll talk to you outside of the show with a way that
Okay.
we could even if you're not able to do the cliff notes stuff, we can figure out a way, and I'll explain it to you, that we could do one on your show where it's you doing the cliff notes and I'm there to kind of hang out with you and add my thoughts to it
Okay.
with your fresh thoughts. I think it would be sweet, right? So
Yeah.
we'll figure
I
out
would
a way
love
to
for
make it
you.
happen.
Yeah, and I would love for you if you can join on the MK Ultra show. I love
I'm
to hear
gonna
your
try.
opinions and thoughts. So yeah, let's just talk and figure out, see if there's a way that we can get this going. And
Yeah. When I
I
heard
love
you
to hear
bring it
your,
up, I was like, ooh, and I'm instantly
yeah.
going, I got to try and fit that in tomorrow.
Yeah, well,
trust me.
this woman had come on my show. Oh gosh, back in May or June. She's written a book, and she's working on a second one. It hasn't been published yet. We were hoping it would be published by now, but anyway, I've known her for, and we talk off, on the phone all the time, and yeah. So she sent me an article, something that she's going through right now, and oh my God, CJ, it's one of those things. I'll just tell you right now. A lot of people are not going to want to know, but I'm not one of those people. I want to know everything. I want to know the truth about everything. But it is extremely disturbing, and I will tell you that. So I think you'd love this, CJ. Yeah. And I would love to see your reaction.
Yeah. I bet. Man, you make it sound very intriguing.
It is. It is very.
Whoa.
She is a wonderful person, and she is still being harassed and hunted down by the Illuminati. She's Illuminati bloodline. And she's still, she's been going through this for years and years. And like I said, she's written about it. She is with a group of people from that have to do with the United Nations, all this kind of stuff. Fascinating person, great person. She is a sweetheart and completely open because they harass her no matter what she does. So there you go.
And she's coming on tomorrow?
She's not coming on. She's actually very sick right now. We've been texting back and forth all day. She's done. Yeah, I told her I want to have her on. There's several things I want her to talk about. Her Palm Beach experiences and stuff. She does live in Florida now. Or I think she still does. But no, she's very sick. And that's part of what I'm going to show is what she's going through, how it got there, and an article to substantiate that what she is saying is absolutely 100% true.
Whoa.
Yeah. So it should be interesting.
Has she been on any other programs?
I think she has. Gosh, it's been so long since we've talked about that. I'm sure I asked her back this summer. She's supposed to be sending me a copy. Her first book is out of print, and I thought she was going to send me a copy. Her new one, it's like anybody who recovers memories. Sometimes things add up later in life. I mean, and I know this from personal experience.
Oh, yeah.
Because there are things that, I have a history. And it sounds completely unbelievable. And there are some things I can't and won't talk about. But I know enough to know that she is 100% real. And I'm not bothered that much by people like she is. But I'm not Illuminati bloodline. So there you go.
Wow.
So
that's dang. I mean, Silky. Damn.
Yeah.
Are you sure you should even be doing a show?
Well, I've said it before. That's when my show, it's right around the time I got monetized, and I had growth, consistent growth for 7-8 months before I was monetized. Maybe more than that. But when I did that everything stopped, and I lose subscribers, and YouTube unsubscribed to me from me. So I know I didn't do that.
There's so many times, we have people, I don't understand YouTube. That's where they, when it comes to the support that we get from the community, they make a huge chunk off of it. So don't you think that they would want to make sure that the people that support them percentage wise would actually give a shit when it comes? So why would you allow bugs? Because this ain't new. This has been happening for a year where people are like, yo, I think even Bread came in tonight and said I was unsubscribed, and now I don't understand that. You think that you would be on top of that shit?
Well, mine immediately stopped and started going in reverse. It's very hard for me to stay constant and grow. But I know that mine is because of my subject matter, and it's not Delphi. I mean, there's probably some people I tick off in Delphi. I don't care. But most of it has to do with the videos I do calling out Freemasons and the Illuminati, the MK Ultra stuff. That, like, look, this woman is harassed still, and she's been out for years and years. I mean, she was, I don't want to get you a flag. She was human zoom from place to place. Like, she was a slave for all intents and purposes for a while before she got out. And that's a lot of what she talked about on my show. We did 2 different interviews, and she talked about how she escaped, but she's harassed, and all of her communications are harassed. And there are times that we've had problems communicating. We know that. So, you know, if they wanted, if the Illuminati is interested in me, I'm sure they can track me from our communications, because she's already tracked. You know what, CJ? I don't give a rat's hind end, because I'm not going to stop talking, and I'm not going to stop telling the truth. Whatever. You have one life to live, and I'm going to make mine count. And that's my
right.
bottom line.
Right. We've all been given the gift of being given a gift of being on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're all energy, and it's not all, you know, so we were lucky enough to be here and to be on here. And that's, you know, like I've always said, I could be doing shows about sports and shit that I absolutely love and have a passion for, and have always wanted to talk about since I was a little kid, listening to the sports radio commentators, you know, or the radio DJs playing music,
Right.
you know, WKRP in Cincinnati type shit.
Yeah.
And you know, and here I'm talking about true crime, and it's because it's like, you know what, I could do all this shit and like, but there's a purpose to this, you
exactly.
know? There's a purpose to this. It's bringing up questions that maybe somebody else didn't think of, or contributing to help to show like, yo, this could be me. So you're kind of doing it for yourself in a way, but kind of you're not, because you're really doing it for others, because you could be that other person, and maybe you would hope that somebody would be doing the same for you in return, even though they absolutely don't know who you are.
Right. And, you know, with her, I told her, look, I hope that somewhere, I don't care if it's 10 years down the road, that somebody's wandering around on YouTube and they find this video of her story of how she got loose, how she got in, all the things that she had to endure with the different CIA programs that her whole family was a part of. It wasn't just her, it was her family. And, you know, I'm like, one day somebody will come across this video and have hope and know that it can be done. You know, and that is my end result. And if it costs me subscribers, or if it costs, I don't care. I do not care. I'm going to tell the truth.
I think the MK Ultra topic is pretty interesting, considering it was already shown that it existed now. It wasn't a fantasy anymore. It was real life shit that took place.
Right.
Yeah.
And let me just ask you this, CJ, okay? Yeah. You know how the government works. I know how it works. Any thinking person can. So, yeah, they shut down MK Ultra, all right? It's not called that anymore. Do you think that if they were able to mind control in so many different programs, it wasn't just MK Ultra, it was a lot of programs. Do you really think that just because it's all out there, that they stopped? Did they just say, okay, well, we found out we can do it. Yeah, let's stop. Does that sound like something the government would do?
Technology advances, so.
Now, and we're going to talk about, I don't want to give it too much away. We're going to talk about implants, okay, and stuff that people have, and it's not just government. I can tell you from the other side, in some occultic religions, you are also implanted with things. And here's the thing. That was it. we're talking about 40, 50 years ago, they could implant you with something that was as small as a grain of rice. Okay, that was tiny. But imagine what we can do now. Do you understand? You can eat something and it have particles in there that can control. I know that sounds like woo-woo, but it can happen.
No, I mean, whenever it comes to what is out and what you think is a possibility, it's always one step beyond that.
Exactly.
So when we know that they can implant something that small, it's beyond that.
Right.
It's beyond that, because there's some secrets that don't travel at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's scary. And I say this, most people don't want to know. They really don't. They would rather live in a safe place in their heads. And I get that, okay? I'm not throwing shade on anybody who can't handle that. But for those people who want to know, that's what I'm trying to bring, is awareness. The world you live in is not the world you live in. It's not.
Just like true crime. That's why we just discuss all these questions and things, because it's not the world. It's not the true crime you think you can't go into thinking, just like this Scott Peterson thing. We'll be having a show. Now that I know that the Innocence Project is taking up Scott Peterson, we're going to have a show, because now there's going to be stuff coming out, and now we might as well talk about that. So that'll be a new case that we're going to start talking about, and we'll go into parts of the trial and stuff too, and watch the trial as well.
Yeah, that's going to be huge.
Scott Peterson,
Yeah. And again, I'm one of those that bought that narrative, and I want to see. In my head, he's guilty, but I'm open-minded. Okay, you show me something, Innocence Project. You show me something, I will look into. I will consider it. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. I'm coming from a position where I never watched the case. I just saw what was in the tabloids. I saw what was being, because most of the time I was, working, or I was watching sports or something, at that period, or I was downstairs in my game room shooting pool or something. That time I wasn't really doing true crime or even, watching any of that kind of content. Really, it was more sports at that time. But so I just saw what was maybe on the newspaper, or what was on the magazine at the checkout line as I'm waiting to get something, or what I saw on the local news. So I really don't even, I've just kind of seen what, were YouTube documentaries and different documentaries on different platforms the last 10 years or so. And that's when I was, I started, okay. But I still never really watched the trial or anything like that. So
yeah, let's see, I was different. I was glued to the TV. I read everything I could. I watched everything I could, and you didn't have YouTubers back then talking about it. So, I believe the narrative.
Court TV or Nancy Grace, or
whatever.
The main people back then, right? Nancy Grace, Court TV.
Whatever. Was Nancy Grace? I don't even remember. I remember watching her with the Casey Anthony thing, but whoever was the big people on TV, I watched them all. Like, I couldn't get enough of that story. So, I mean, now seeing it from this end, okay, where we get on Reddit, we get on, all these Facebook groups, we get on all these platforms, we watch other creators, we have, the internet to really, like the Intellius reports and stuff. We dig into people now. You have no secrets, okay?
Yeah, the information. Yeah, the information.
Yeah. And so, I had none of that, so I'm just buying the narrative. now looking at it from this end, we both know it's what mainstream media says is often not even close to what is going on in some cases, not always, but in some cases. So yeah, I'm really interested because I'm very familiar with this case.
Yeah. I mean, a year and a half ago, I remember telling myself I wasn't going to watch any other station than News Nation, because I was tired of Fox and CNN and all the spins of this and that and the conflicts here and how it's being spun, but knowing it's worse than what they're saying. And, and you start to realize, man, there's so much spinning going on because they're just looking for that dollar,
Yeah.
The 4 to 8% growth every quarter is what they were looking for.
And
it just got disgusting.
And I mean, I go on to other platforms that are not mainstream, like, not Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I go into other platforms because, some things I think are just crazy that I read, but there's a lot of things that I did not know. And people aren't afraid to talk in other platforms. And that's who you want to listen to, people who aren't afraid to talk.
Mm-hmm. More opportunities allow for more information, and more opportunities allow for more conversation.
Mm-hmm.
More comfort.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be when the Innocence Project takes it on, that they've already been checking shit. It ain't gonna be long. I wouldn't doubt it wouldn't be too long until this case is back open. So it's gonna be a new topic. We might even have it coming up this weekend. I might just do a surprise live on Saturday or something, and we start talking about it. I don't know.
Yeah.
So do not take the implant.
Look, look.
What do you mean, Tony? The wig? Oh, the fright wig. Thanks to Caddy for the photo.
All right. Yeah. So.
All right. Well, we can end the video here on some Scott Peterson. We started it off with the little Delphi. This is one that just dropped from Dan Abrams. I love Dan Abrams. I think he's one of the good ones. And he's got a former detective on the Scott Peterson murder case. And she says, I have no doubt we got the right guy. So let's take a listen to it real quick. And then I'm going to end the evening. And I'm not sure what I'm going to be able to do tomorrow when it comes to the show. So I will try and be here, but I can't make any promises. But I'm always going to be here at nighttime. So the suit. Oh yeah, isn't that crazy? I'm right now. Forget the Dickie suit. It's the Ghillie suit.
Could be. Makes sense.
Yeah. If you ain't got the DNA, you ain't got a PCA. Johnny Cochran came up with one. I came up with two. All right.
There you go.
Jordan. There we go.
The detective who investigated the case. All right, Lara, I presume you think this is a positive development, but what exactly is new here?
Well, at least based on the motion that's been filed, there's new evidence tying some of the burglars potentially to the disappearance and the murder of Lacey and the child. And at least based on some of the DNA testing that they're asking for, I mean, I didn't have time to read the entirety of it. It's I think 1,500 pages. But at least by just seeing the DNA testing requested, you can tell that they're trying to connect the burglars and the burglary to her disappearance and murder based on the testing that they requested on items that were found near the bodies that were recovered later, and items that were found inside and left by the burglars at the Medita's house, and the mattress, and wanting to test the mattress and a piece of cloth and the blood. So we know that that's what they're trying to do. And my understanding is there's new evidence connecting these individuals, and also new evidence connected to some of the witnesses who had seen Lacey walking her dog that morning.
But the new evidence, so to speak, is just an eyewitness who, the problem is that they have so many people who called in with eyewitness accounts. I mean, this is what Paula Mitchell, the director of the LA Innocence Project, says. During my investigation into Mr. Peterson's claim of innocence, I've encountered numerous witnesses who have expressed hesitation and in some cases an outright unwillingness to provide information they have that pertains to Mr. Peterson's case, specifically because this case is too high profile, and these witnesses feared coming forward for that reason. That's not new evidence. John Bueller, what do you make of this? You investigated this case?
There was witnesses that weren't in the trial. They had witnesses that weren't part of the trial.
You've read the motion. What's new here?
Well, Dan, I don't really see anything new that's come across here. It's all stuff that seems like it's being rehashed one more time. The burglars were cleared, of course, from involvement with Lacey. We could never find any clear connection between them and Lacey. Property from not only that burglary was all recovered, along with property from unrelated burglaries. In addition to that, we had a large reward in effect during this case, which grew to $500,000. And to think that anybody who was involved in the disappearance of Lacey wouldn't roll on one of their cohorts to collect that money is kind of a fantasy for me. I welcome them to DNA test more evidence. Feel free to do it. I have no doubt we got the right guy. We were able to clear everybody else out. He was the only one who gave us conditional cooperation throughout. So I don't really have any worries on this. I think it's going to be interesting to see where it plays out.
Let me play a little bit more from Diane Sawyer's interview. This is number 2.
Oh, Diane Sawyer had a...
Do you really expect people to believe that an 8.5-month pregnant woman learns her husband has had an affair and is saintly and casual about it? Accommodating? Makes a peace with it?
Well, you don't know. No one knows our relationship with us. And that's at peace with it, not happy about it.
Lara, it seems to me that the Innocence Project is ignoring sort of everything Scott said himself, right? This idea that he himself was asked what he was doing that day. Initially told friends he was playing golf, then he switched it to he was fishing, and then the body's found. So I guess the theory now is that Lacey Peterson sees the burglars across the street robbing the house, and she interrupts it. They don't just kill her, they abduct her, and they hold her body until they find out where Scott Peterson was that day. And then months later, they dump the body in that bay to frame Scott Peterson. I think that's the theory, right?
Well, Dan, the one thing that you're not mentioning is that during the first trial, the prosecution position was that the burglary happened the day after Lacey went missing. And I think there's evidence now that it actually did occur the morning of her disappearance, on the morning of December 24th of 2002.
I'm going to rewind that and let her say that again.
To frame Scott Peterson. I think that's the theory, right?
Watch.
Well, Dan, the one thing that you're not mentioning is that during the first trial, the prosecution position was that the burglary happened the day after Lacey.
The prosecution's position was that the burglary happened the day after
Lacey. And I think there's evidence now that it actually did occur the morning of her disappearance, on the morning of.
And remember, when Scott showed up, the dog was on the leash and the door was open. Who's to say that the dog didn't have to go out the bathroom because she wasn't walking the dog. Remember, she quit walking the dog according to the family because of a health scare. So she could have easily been taking the dog out to her property to go to the bathroom on a leash, because she's not taking him for a walk. She's just making sure they can go to the bathroom real quick. She does notice a robbery taking place. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I would have said, Scott Peterson was a piece of crap. That's what I believed. And because, the robbery from my understanding was not even, it wasn't part of it because it happened after she was missing. But if it didn't, if it happened that day, then that could definitely throw a reasonable doubt.
That's some of the new evidence that it did happen that morning. And if to say that theory couldn't exist, who says? You would think somebody would call 911. Who knows?
I don't know. I definitely want to hear more on this because like I said, I really, really thought he was guilty.
Just to think that because you come home, you notice the dog on the leash, the door's left open, you eat a sandwich or pizza and have some milk, and you sit there and you watch some TV or something for a while before, dude, you're already cheating on your wife, so I really don't think you're going to give two shits about, so that would explain to me if somebody didn't have anything to do with it. That would explain to me why he didn't probably give two shits, because the only two shits he gave was to another woman and not the beautiful woman he had at home that was about to bear his child, so fucked up.
Yeah. It doesn't, I mean, but here's the thing, I know I judged him on that. If you're going to do this to this beautiful pregnant wife of yours who, with the prettiest smile in the world, in my opinion, if you're going to do that, then you would definitely do anything, right? But, just because you're a piece of crap and you're cheating, it doesn't necessarily make you. It doesn't.
Man that you're,
Right. It doesn't mean that Scott Peterson was a good person. The question is did he commit the crime, or was there a robbery? I don't know. I've got to look into this. Like I really want to know.
The robbery the next day at another property, and who says that? Yeah, they didn't stumble across something. I don't know. It's the thing that I'm when I seen that the Innocence Project, right before I started the show, and I seen the Innocence Project was taking up the case, there's so many people out there applying to the Innocence Project. There's so many cases that the Innocence Projects are looking at. They're on a mission, and they're trying to, so when this organization or one of them takes on a case, there's going to be some weight to it.
Yeah.
We just have to wait and see what it is, because there's going to be a new trial. I bet you. They've been talking about it for the last year or two. I bet you there's going to be a new trial now, no doubt.
Wow. That's going to be a roller coaster.
Let me share this real quick before we hop off. This is... Oh, is it going to share it? This is the 3 side-by-side. I want to make sure we share that before I hop off. So if you need to, go ahead and take a screenshot. I'm going to actually remove us real quick so you can get the full. And definitely go sub to Silky. So there you go. You can take a screenshot for yourself. And I'll be back tomorrow. It's still up in the air what's going on tomorrow, but I will be back, even if I got to sneak the Cliff Notes in the early afternoon or something. I don't know. It's one thing that's tough about doing these shows is when you're not able to have the other half of that bridge and know when you are going to be available. It makes it real difficult to try and do this shit. So I apologize to you guys the last week for the late live notices and all of those different things mixed with the sickness and this fire restoration crew next door and never knowing what's going on. So I apologize.
Well, thanks for having me tonight, CJ.
Yeah, thank you for hopping up. I appreciate you. It was great going into the conversation again too. I know we wanted to talk some more about it since the last time,
Yeah.
and we finally got. I'm sure there's still going to be more. Shout out to Murder Metal Mayhem. Thank you for all your hard work there, and your thoughts and theories and opinions on it too. So shout out to that channel as well. And big publicity, that's for sure. It's always about the narrative. Thank you, Cherry, for putting Silky's link up there. Seriously, if you're not subbed, go sub to Silky. She's got a lot of good stuff on there too. A lot of different topics as well. So, and always the free way to help is the like button and leave a little comment. Let us know what you think, whether it's a video or a live. So, thank you for your time, Silky. Hopefully, everything works out tomorrow, where I'm able to kind of go here and here and here, because I want to be busy tomorrow. It's just up to whoever else. So I'm definitely going to be busy tomorrow. We're going to be doing a lot. So
Always
I'll keep you
welcome.
updated, too.
You are always welcome at any time, CJ, to hop up on panel with me. You know that. Anytime.
Oh yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody out there. Bless you all as well. Thank you for your company tonight. And we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I can't wait. And you're going to see me and Silky together. Fingers crossed. Tomorrow we'll be doing some shit. So good night, everybody. Thank you. And thank you, Silky. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.